It me, the streamer, in my bedroom. I got flowers now. And a different drink. Anyways. So yes, we are playing The Last of Us. We are continuing on our adventures as the crazy apocalypse lesbian. And her girlfriend. On a quest to go find those assholes that murdered my father. I'm making it sound like so much more intense than it actually is, really. My revenge quest for my father, and then it's just some, like, old man that adopted me. That didn't even technically adopt me, but he did. He definitely did. Okay. There's a song I would like to play. Hold on a second. Alright, hold on. Where the fuck is D? Oh yeah, I'm so good at music. Okay. Now that I've done the epic music things.
Better go see what's up.
Yeah, well, let's go. Let's waddle. Dina! Haha, just kidding, she ran away. She's just upstairs. Upstairs we go. Uppies. You know how it is. Always time for uppies.
Hey. How hot do I look right now?
Pretty hot. How'd you fix it?
It was a loose connection. Antenna. They found our mess at the school.
Good.
Well, I'd hope so.
This guy, Owen, he went AWOL.
Maybe Tommy got to him.
Maybe.
What about her?
No, it's just
Nothing
an
yet.
asshole.
Unit Romeo, you are requested at Site 2. Repeat, you are requested at Site 2. Confirm.
So, the numbers are locations.
Uh-huh.
The TV station we were at, that's 6. There's a lot of chatter coming out of 2, so I'm assuming that's their home base. That helps.
Look. Last night was... stupid.
This is her apologizing.
casualties reported in 14. All available units report. Over. This is Site 13. Unit Lima nearby. How many scars you got? Over. Negative on scars. Lone male trespasser. Armed.
Lone male
Over.
trespasser?
Tommy, where's 14?
Not 100% sure.
Okay, then guess.
If this is 7, 12's all the way over here. I guess it's somewhere in this neighborhood?
Hillcrest. Okay.
That's the name of the chapter. Oh!
Dina?
Yeah. Not good.
Hey. I'll go get him. You keep tracking them, okay?
Yeah, okay. Wait,
I know she wants to help, but like she has to
Didn't you
stay here.
hang-
She can't. She can't be going out running around right now.
it's for good luck.
Well, she's
I'm gonna
in
believe in luck.
so much pain and everything from the baby. Dong. And the only real unfortunate part about this is that, like, we don't get as much of their dynamic throughout the rest of the game just because Dina is in the theater.
Okay, Hillcrest. Is this the right place? Definitely the right place. It's gotta be Tommy.
Let me finish my sandwich. Oh. I turned up the game just a little bit, so we'll see how that works. Ooh, sorry. Okay.
Shit.
Alright, well, before we go in there, let's do some looting. I'm gonna look for supplies. Because that is, like, the one thing that I need is I have, like, no supplies. Yes, drugs. Perfect. I love being able to find and eat random drugs that I find on the floor. Honestly, yeah, give me the fucking stability thing. My aim with, like, specifically the rifle is just not great. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. Yes, more drugs. I don't know how drugs equals getting upgrades, but it does. So that's cool, I guess. You know, we have to run through this area later and just, like, hide. Ooh. Wow, I can't read. I know we come back through this area and just, like, have to hide from the wolves and whatever. Oh wow, a singular bullet, amazing. Nice. I don't know what this thing I've got going on with, like, breaking all of the vending machines is, but hell yeah. Nobody can get snacks except for me. I read that as the Madonna Bakery. I'm not gonna lie. I would be like, oh fuck yeah, Madonna has a bakery. Good for her. Queen. Come on. God. Wait, hold on. What are they selling? What are they selling? Carrot cake. Red velvet. That's definitely red velvet. Oh, tres leche. Fuck yeah. Chocolate. I just got caramel. I got a little caramel cake today. Vanilla. And mixed berry. I wish I had a caramel cake in real life also. I just have it. I just have it on my... That is the lightest cash register ever. Okay. I just have the caramel cake for virtual me, not for real me, unfortunately. I got chips though. That's cool. I swear I heard something. Unless it's just the squelchiness of this building, I swear I heard something. Like, zombie sounding. Is that just the floorboards creaking? Oh my god. Oh my god, I think it was just the floorboards creaking. Okay, it's fine then. I thought I heard like a noise. No, I think it was just the floorboards creaking.
Huh, it's pretty good.
Did my flashlight just go out? Okay. Yes, it did.
Huh.
Okay. Boris. Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. The loss being that your name is fucking Boris. Bro got named after a Bendy and the Ink Machine character. I can't believe it. Never played that game, mind you. Not once. I saw like one episode of somebody playing it, and then that's it. I've never actually played it myself. Never had any interest in it. Did we go everywhere? So I know we went in here. Can I get in here? I might not be able to get in here. Hold on, my back itches. Oh god. Oh, because my back itches because my bra tag folded the wrong way. Alright, classic. Alright, I think that's everything. So let's just go. Let's go get it done.
How do I get up there?
You climb. Wait, I think do we get to see Jesse soon?
Hold on, Tommy.
Agreed. Instead of U-Haul, we have U-Move. Okay, cool. You gotta kind of wonder, how the fuck are these guys still finding Boris? How the fuck are these guys still finding, like, gas and shit? I mean, I understand it's, you know, such a big city and whatever, but it has been 25 years. And they're still finding gasoline. Again with the noises. Am I just hearing shit today? What? Oh. Sorry, missed a window. I thought that it had respawned, but no, I guess I just missed it. Ooh, a ladder! Wow! I'm going this way. Yo, they got more fucking glass for me to break. Let's go. They have the big book of gay here. No, they have War and Peace. Why? Tale of Two Cities. Is that the Iliad? Is that the fucking Iliad? Is that Oh my god, it fucking is. That's amazing. I just see Iliad. And I assume the amazing. Next you're gonna tell me that they're Epic the Musical fans. I can't believe this. This is insane. Snacks? Bruh. Tomato and mozzarella sandwich. Fall harvest goddess salad? Okay. Suddenly them having the Iliad makes a lot more sense. Pretty sure I'm not saying that right, but you know, whatever, who cares. Wait. Oh my god, it's the Iliad and it's the Odyssey! It's the same book! Oh my god! Amazing! Okay, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied now. Let's just go. This is fucking amazing. The Iliad and the Odyssey in one book. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Literature at its finest. How do I get into the back rooms? You don't understand. This is my only chance to get in there. I've never been in. Oh my god, yo. Sus? Sus.
Ugh, gross.
To be sus in the vent. Fuck yeah. I wonder what other Greek mythology books they have over there. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna check every single fucking book, as funny as it would be. Okay, I came from over there. I think that this ditch exists to be a video game barrier. Oh, see, I was expecting you to have, like, a cooler name than that. No, okay, well, screw this place. I'll still take your copy I'll still take your copy of the Iliad and the Odyssey, though, thank you. Line.
This is dumb. We should be pushing in.
We hold the perimeter until we hear otherwise.
Keep an eye out in case he comes this way.
I got something.
Infected?
Let's get in there. Okay, girl. Sniff him out. You think this guy's connected to the girl from the school?
That'd be a hell of a coincidence if they weren't.
I hate these small groups. Big groups, it's a straight fight. These loners, they could be hiding anywhere.
Yeah, we could.
Hear ya. Let's find him and get back home.
I'm probably gonna have to kill dogs in this section. I'm sorry.
Go on. Well, anything?
God.
Trail went cold, huh, girl? The bank's clear.
Really? Nothing?
Dog had something. It's empty.
Let's check every shop. I don't want to take any chances.
You got it.
Oh my god. I have to be careful of the doggos, because they can obviously sniff me out, and we don't want to be sniffed out here.
Fuck these WLF.
Alright, I made it through there surprisingly unscathed. Dude, I remember going through there last time and fucking murdering everybody. I was so upset. I like paused and restarted like 3 times because I kept killing the dogs, and I was like, I don't want to kill the doggos. I don't want to kill them. People's fine, not the dogs though. Although later on we're kind of forced to do it just in canon. Oh, there it goes. Oh, there it goes.
Fuck.
Oh, that was pretty quiet.
Anybody hear that?
I'm sure somebody did hear it, but it was still surprisingly quiet. This isn't gonna work. This is a hill.
I'm gonna move you.
I guess over here is slightly less sloped. I know it has to go here, I just... Okay, surely I can just jump from here, that's not that far. Okay, never mind, apparently I can't. Okay, but what if I just jumped from here? Okay. Get it up as high as I can. I don't remember how to stop it from, you know, the force of gravity. I don't remember how to stop gravity from gravitying. So, Well, I guess Tommy's gonna die. Might as well go back to Dina. Sorry, wait. Dude, that's really not that far. Come on. Come on, Ellie. Trying to, like, get it stuck on the curb here. Dude, I'm not smart. How the fuck do I do this? Can I- wait. I don't think this'll work, but let me see this. It was just right here. Oh my god, no, don't. Okay, yeah, no, that's what I thought. Or how to do this. Now I just get to sit here and suffer. Dude, I simply do not know. Okay, look, I don't know why I keep trying to jump up that. I very obviously can't. I mean, like, there wouldn't be anything in here that I could use. Can I just pick up one of the fucking oil drums, please? I'm not smart enough to figure this out. There's another spot that I can take it first, but I don't think so. Okay, there we go, I got it. I don't know if I had to be speedy or what, but I got it. I don't even know how many gears I have, honestly. Wow, now I've got a slightly bigger shaft. Cool. Me having full health is wild, by the way. Wow, can't read. try not to blow myself up if I use the trap mines again. So that's what I did last time. I still think we should take one of the bicycles with us. I can definitely ride away from the WLF in their trucks by using a bicycle. Still full health.
Shit. Shamblers.
I didn't even kill them last time. I just ran away. What's that? Yeah, no thanks. I'm good on loot, you know, I don't need loot that much. I don't need it that bad. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Welcome back to my YouTube pranks channel. Where I do sick YouTube pranks. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh no. Oh, it's dead. It just explodes. Okay, it explodes when it dies. Nice legs, idiot. Ew, gross. Okay, I don't have any more explosive arrows, but I do have Molotovs. Same thing, right? Is this a smoke bomb? Let me, Are you seriously still alive? Nah, you're not. Okay. So glad that they left me a good old hidey hole. In case you decide to come down here. Ugh. I hate shamblers. They're scary. Oh, there's actually a bunch of loot down here. I didn't really use that many materials, genuinely. I used what my arrows and then like a smoke bomb. I guess a Molotov, but those things are so easy to craft. Sorry, my shake light turned off. Was this even worth it? I don't even think this was worth it. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Wasn't even worth it. Great. Oh, and we found the bookstore. Or just the children's... What the fuck is this? Is it a daycare? Why would... This is not a daycare. What the fuck is this? It might just be a children's bookstore. Just like a normal people children's bookstore. I don't know. These infected come from?
Oh, man.
Yeah, you keep on moaning. I'm coming over. Hold on. Doctor's coming. Don't worry. Doctor's coming to give you your vegetables. Here you go. Here's your vegetables. You're welcome.
Okay, keep focused. Get up that hill. How do I get to those stairs?
Have you tried walking? Ooh, got him. Okay, I already went into the bookstore. The bike store.
Huh. An actual tattoo shop.
With the ugliest chairs I've ever seen. Ew. Imagine, I'd make an appointment here, and then I'd come in, I'd see the ugly chairs, and I would immediately leave. You're like, ew, no thank you. Tattoo shop right next to the salon, so you can go and get your hair done afterwards, I guess. Use a blow dryer as a weapon, surely. You beat somebody hard enough with it, they'll die. is already conveniently silenced, also. Like, I think it has a silencer on it. Which is, pretty nice. I would assume, just judging based off of how it fires, I mean, like, it fires super quiet. The main issue is, ammo for this gun is especially scarce. Scarce. Like, it's scarce for all guns, but it's especially bad for the assault rifle. If I go to a WLF building, then they might have some. The issue is I genuinely don't remember where I got this gun from. I don't remember where in the story you acquire this gun. Sorry. Just crack my knees. 30, 82, 65. Great, well we gotta find the safe first. Over to the garage. The garage, where the gay people are. Okay, yeah, sure, here's the stairs, but where's the garage? That's the real question. I think I've been bamboozled by a hidden area. Quotation marks around hidden. Okay. Yellow. quotation
was
marks
that?
around hidden.
Looks like they've been locked in here for years.
Icky spores. Icky, stinky. Stinky spores. So stinky. There's the safe. $30.82.65. Okay. $30. $82. $65.
Yes.
Cool. See, I told you, quote unquote, secret area. Not really a secret. An area, nonetheless. That area sure does exist, I guess we could say. I thought I saw the collectible icon.
Whoa. What was that?
Normal sound. Obviously. Must have been your mother getting out of bed. Ooh! Just kidding.
Shit.
Sorry, that was
Hope
mean.
you did that, Tommy.
Okay, I see one bozo. I'm on my way, bozo. One bozo, two bozo, there's three bozo over there. Okay, there's three bozo. Okay, that bozo's too far. Let's go. That bozo right there. I can murder that bozo.
There.
How many more bozo? I don't know, we might have gotten all bozo? Question mark? I don't know what it is with me and calling zombies bozos. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow.
965 army just followed.
Dude, this game is allergic to giving me back my arrows. Seriously. I just crafted those and now I can't get back any of them? Are you serious? Sorry, I have something in my eye. Hold on. Okay. Hello, welcome to the Bozo Brigade. I don't know what the fuck this is. Oh my god, my eyeball! Why would you do this to me? Ah! Hold on, sorry. I was not joking, I have something in my eye. That or my eye is just really irritated. Okay. My eye was just really irritated for some reason. That, or I had something in my eye and I already got it out. Okay. Yes, hello, welcome to the, you know, the Bozo Brigade. That's saying something considering I've been calling the zombies bozos. I bet this arrow isn't recoverable either. Oh no, would you look at that? Snapped right into. Fuck. This game does not want me to have arrows I can't craft anymore. Because it's not been giving me the blades that I need. Oh my god. I could change the like loot amount. That is something I can do. But I've not been doing too terrible. Even with the shitty loot. I've been dying a lot, but that's less because I don't have ammo and more because I'm stupid. Okay. This way. You know what? No, I think I'm gonna take a dip. Fight the WLF next time. Alright guys, well, thanks for tuning into my stream. Imagine. That's rude. You know, you're in the fucking hot tub, meanwhile all your kids got is this shitty ass house and a little baby slide? The fuck? But you've got a fucking hot tub? That just seems rude to me. Can't even get the kids like their own little mini hot tub. Yo, arrows? Fuck yes. Oh my god. The game has blessed me with a singular arrow. An explosive arrow. It gave me away. A singular explosive arrow, so like not even a normal arrow. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, dude, I swear this game hates me. Homie can't even use arrows anymore, I guess. You know, my one stealth weapon. I hear nothing. Why am I crouched? I don't need to be crouched. Oh my god, wait, sale? Yo? Shit, yeah, keep that. We better take that coupon and go get something for 25% off. Sick. Oh, Jesus!
Get off me!
Fucking stalker. Oh, jeez. I'd complain about not being able to hear it, but, I mean, that thing's whole... It's a stalker. You're not supposed to hear them. That's the point. That's the whole point of them, and they suck, and I hate them. And I'd rather... you know what, I was gonna say I'd rather deal with the shamblers, but no, I think I'd rather deal with clickers, though. Granted, to be fair, the clickers actually haven't been giving me too much trouble. So I've gotten slightly better at stealth since the last time I played this. Not that that's saying much, considering I was so shit at stealth before. I think playing The Evil Within last year, for Spook Month, really helped me out with my stealthing. Because I finally learned how to just stop moving and be patient. Arrow? Fuck you. Fuck you. Man, that was not as explosive as I was hoping it would be. No arrows. Bruh. Not a single frickin' arrow? Are you kidding me? I hate it here.
Hey! Dog's picked up something down the hill. Think he's down there.
No way. He's still up here. Just blew up one of our fucking trucks.
You sure?
Yes, I'm fucking sure. Everybody spread out. We may have multiple.
Alright, cool. Good for you. It's a fun game. I've only played through it once, so I'm just like, I don't remember anything that happened. All I know is that it's better than the show. Okay, let's go this way and avoid the dog. Where is... Okay, that guy's over there. I hope you're enjoying the game so far, wherever you are in the story. Spoilers allowed, I guess, for the most part. Like I said, I've played it before. Silencer. Look, I have what? I have one arrow. I have one normal arrow. Okay, I'm not, like, come on. Silencer. It's all fun and games until it wants you to kill the dog. Oh, no, 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 no. You don't smell shit. You don't smell shit. Actually, you do. You smell shit. That's it. You don't smell me. You smell shit. Fuck you. Go away. Leave me be. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. No. Nobody's here. You're with the what with Abby? What? Oh no, not Kevin.
I want every building in the area searched.
Oh my god, that dog is still smelling me. Oh my god. That's my piss trail. Oh no, my piss trail! He smelled my piss trail! Fuck! Wait, stop! Hold on, wait! I'm sorry!
You're not getting out of here!
Shut her down, boy! Fuck her!
Run away! Run away! Ow! You fuck. Alright. Oh, you're on the Abby's part. Alright, yeah. I am obviously nowhere near the Abby part. Okay, Kevin's still dead. Rip Kevin. He will be missed, probably. I remember I was literally just talking about how I've gotten better at stealth, and then I fucking died. It's the damn dogs. It's the dogs. It was the dog. It was the dog's fault. The dog ate my sandwich.
Anything? He's gotta be around here.
When we find him, we should let the dogs have him. All right.
Nope, you don't smell me. You don't smell me, and you definitely don't see me. I am super camouflaged. Jesus Christ. I'm scared. Chat, I'm scared. Hold me. No dogs were harmed in the making of this stream. We're gonna ignore that I totally murdered a dog earlier, but that's not canon anymore because I died. Haha. What? Oh. You're just a guy. So fucking... Imagine you're just walking and then you turn a corner and you just get fucking shot in the head. Oh, what a sad life you must live. Dude, all these fucking supplies that these guys have just left here. Okay, one doggo. Two doggo. I think that one there is a dog. That's also a dog. That's a people. That's a people. Let's see. One people. Yeah, see, here's the thing. Last time I alerted them, but like I could have gotten away if they hadn't had the dog. It's the dogs are the biggest issue. Right now I think they're just stupid. Like they haven't seen a single one of the bodies that I've taken out. I've killed like 3 people though. It's my biggest downfall when it came to stealth in this game was always the dogs. And then I had this thing where I had to keep restarting every time I killed a dog. I did this part so many times because of those poor dogs. Oh, there's a people over there. Who was... You did not almost see me. Shut up. Thought somebody had come in here. Guess not. They looked like they were going to, but they ended up not coming in here, I suppose. It's fine. Dude with a dog. I'm just going in circles right now, aren't I, motherfucker? What was it? That is a door. That is just a... That's just... Jesus fucking Christ, this house is huge. Okay, what's going on out? What's this way? What's this way? Let's see. I can technically hide up here. Okay, there we go. I actually think it was smarter for me to be in that house because I have to get through. Oh wait, hold on, I can creep through the garage. Okay, that works. Oh fuck yeah. Okay, I can't creep through the garage. Never mind. This is it. This is the whole garage. There is a... Okay, well, there's a door. Here we go. Okay. No, the entrance, or the exit I took to get out of there left me, in a really awkward position. Because it just brought me back to the front. Where I did not need to be. Well, alright. Owie. This is unfortunate. What? Shit. I dodged right into that. Ooh, ammo! Later. Whee!
Where the hell did you go? Find your girl!
Oh, they can still smell me. Okay. Now we heal. That one was just... That one was just because I fucking missed.
Should we go help? Got orders.
I fucking missed that chick's head.
See anything?
Nothing yet.
Damn, it's hard.
No way.
You just...
Stop. Might be infected.
You gotta be careful. That one I would have been fine, but I missed her head.
Gotcha.
And, you know. Come to think of it, I can stealth kill you with my assault rifle. Oh
Picked up a
fuck.
tank girl?
No, you don't smell me. You don't smell me. I'm sorry.
God damn it!
It's the sad little that they make. I don't like it. I don't like their sad little noises. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Buddy, come on, dude. That's just rude. Okay, come on. Me when I stealth kill people with an assault rifle? Logic. Look, if it's got a silencer on it, then it works, okay? And if you hit them in the head and they die, then like... That's just game features. That's just headshots, bro. That's not my fault. Yeah, I think it's a lot easier to, stealth kill the Seraphites than it is to stealth kill the wolves.
Over here! By the fence!
Which also comes down to, like, oh, Jesus!
Bring her down!
Okay, yeah, no, Jesus. Where the fuck did they all come from? Oh my god. That was so many.
Smoke her out!
Go, go, go! Oh, fuck!
Okay, there we go. Much better. Why would you charge towards me when you see me holding my shotgun? Oh my god, okay, no, they all... I'm gonna assume...
Trespasser in here!
Wow, hello! Anyways,
Go, go! Don't let him escape!
let me escape. I deserve it. Look, if you kill me, you're homophobic. Okay, I think we get to. I think Jesse. I don't remember if this is Jesse or if this is Tommy. I'm pretty sure it's Jesse. I could be wrong.
What the hell are you doing here?
Yep. My king.
let you do this on
My
your own.
goat. Remember how they
Jesse.
bamboozled us with the
Who's Dina?
trailers?
She's safe. She's just sick.
What kind of sick?
She's fine.
Was in the trailers when that scene happened. Ellie
That
turned
says a lot,
around and
but-
said, "I thought you were dead." It was originally going to be Joel, I think.
Hey, how hurt are you?
I'll be okay. Your friends out there rushed me. No warning, no nothing.
Tell me you didn't come alone.
Give me shit about it later.
The slow turn.
You're a fucking idiot. You know that, right?
Yeah. Right. See that truck?
That's your plan.
We need to get some distance.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a totally terrible plan.
Hey, be smart about it.
Wouldn't you really just tell Jesse to be smart?
Trespasser.
I got the one on the left.
Shit again?
Got a visual. On me, let's go.
I got you covered.
Quiet. Maggie, anything?
Don't do anything stupid.
See anything? Hey. It's them! Where? Over here!
Oh no, is that the Jeremy Lee Wolf? Oh, that's Jesse. It's the Jeremy Lee Wolf killer. You can't hurt me anymore, Jeremy Lee. You can't. I keep saying this and I love her so much. Like, all of the characters that she plays are just fucking goated. Except for that wolf, I guess.
Ellie!
I'm dying.
Let's go! Get in!
Sorry, okay. Sorry, I don't know how running works, apparently.
Hey, I'm in! Move in! Take them out!
Go around!
Jesse, get us the fuck out of here!
I'm trying!
Jesse!
Okay, there we go. I had to square.
Jesus!
Watch out! Get the tires!
Don't let them get away! Hang on!
Go, go!
Get him!
Jesse, I hope you're not expecting me to shoot while you're driving like this, buddy.
Shit!
Jesse has plot armor. He's not allowed to die yet.
That's two!
Holy shit! You okay?
I'll be fine.
Ellie! Take out the driver!
Don't worry, Jesse. Our plot armor will protect us. Our plot armor.
Go, go!
You gotta be kidding me. Come on!
Oh my god!
Fighters are fine. I can let the fighter get in the car. I can't let a clicker get in the car. Ellie, put on your seatbelt. There's no door. Ellie, you need your seatbelt. There's no door. Ellie, okay, no gunfight. Fine, I guess. Jesse, you are a terrible driver. Remind me to never go on a road trip with you.
Shit.
I'm never going on a road trip with him. Sorry, the game got loud. I'm turning it down again. It's really just action scenes that it's too loud. I wish I could. I just want to turn down, like, specifically the gunfire noises. Some games do that. They literally have a separate slider for, like, gun. And it's so nice when they do.
You okay?
Never better.
Okay. I think we're in the clear. Here, come on.
Oh, thanks.
This way.
Back to the theater.
Dina!
I brought you a friend.
Oh my god. Jesse.
Hey, Dina. Ooh.
Oh, hey. You okay?
Nothing a little sleep won't take care of.
We should get inside. Yeah, okay, come on. Easy. How'd you get past Maria?
I had to sneak out. Friends' problems are my problems. I heard you're sick.
Oh, it's just a stomach thing. Come on.
It's just a wound
Sit down,
thing.
huh?
You don't need to do that.
Oh, shut up. So when'd you leave Jackson?
A womb.
Day after you, there was bad snow and I crossed into Oregon. I've been doing 18-hour stretches for the past 2 weeks trying to catch up.
Good flashback time?
I just get her a gift and be done with it. I know, she wants to talk.
Okay.
Ellie.
Huh?
Are you with me?
Yeah.
Physically? Yes. Mentally? Sure.
Anyway, this silent treatment.
2 years earlier.
Man, I mean, I forget my own birthday if she didn't remind me when it was.
You should just apologize to her.
I just said... Okay, what's going on?
Nothing. Why?
I can tell when you're off.
Bro.
Just got some stuff on my mind.
You let me know if you want to talk about it.
I think the sun is trying to beam Tommy up into the heavens. Good.
That's stragglers.
Die.
How many?
I'm so mean to Tommy.
Just a handful.
I would like to partake in the zombie murdering also. Okay, well,
You wanna
fuck
give it a
you.
whirl?
Yes, thank you, Jesus. Oh my god.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm feeling generous.
This is the one thing that I came out here with you for, Tommy. Come on.
See that sign there? Red one? Try hitting that. Good way to draw them out of wherever they're hiding. Got to aim higher. Leave the bullet room to drop.
I see.
There you go.
Stop attracting them.
Well, we are on patrol. Let's clear them out.
Auto
There
aim.
you go.
My best friend. My best friend in games with controller.
Shit.
Jesus.
That should compensate for the bullet drop.
Man, you
That's
can't
all
shut
of
the
them.
fuck up.
Usually more over this way if you want to keep shooting.
Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to
Where are they
shoot
coming
Tommy and
from?
it didn't let me.
Hordes like to move through this area in winter.
I'm sorry.
They
I
always end
murdered
up
that
leaving
rock
behind a
real
few
good though.
stragglers.
They do the same routes every year?
Like a migration or something.
What's that about?
Well, when the barometric pressure reaches a certain temperature shit, I don't fucking know.
It
Check
get
out the
cold.
shed.
Birds go
Looks like they're
elsewhere.
moving downhill.
Why?
Dead animal. Look up by the truck there. They're munching on that deer there. Guess they're hungry.
Gotcha. I like this thing.
Spotting two still.
Where? Okay, no, where's the other one though?
I'm impressed.
Oh yeah,
Looks clear. Bet there's some this
figured
way.
it out.
There's something by the ski lifts? Look way out there. Under
I don't
those
know, dude.
gondolas. By
This
that tower.
patrol is
See it?
way less intense than the one I had with Dina earlier.
You're a natural. A handful more.
What you think?
You. A couple more out there.
Yeah, I'm real good at hitting right trigger, Tommy. Just shut up. Shut up and let me do my thing. We can't all be NPCs like you. What the fuck?
You're really
Good at
getting it.
hitting left trigger, not too good at aiming though. A right trigger.
Well done.
I good at shoot zombie. I not good at
I'm
aim.
not seeing any more.
There we go. Figured it out.
Yeah, me neither.
God.
All right. Let's head in.
My wing
See
is
if Joel's
clipping through
back.
my chair.
Sure.
Amazing. Hold on. I have to move my chair back. Didn't know my wing was clipping through it. Okay, freaks, you have ads in like 5 minutes. Okay, there we go. Wing no longer clipping through chair. Awesome. What is... Oh my god, wait. It's a fucking water droplet. What the hell? It's a fucking water droplet from when I got a follow earlier. That's insane. That's what that is. That is... That's ridiculous. Oh my fucking god. Okay, you know... I'm not sure what to do about that. Hold on a sec. I might have an idea. Let me just let me okay. I just saved and reloaded the scene. It's fine. It's never happened before. Wild, but okay. Where'd he go? Sorry, dude, I had water. stuck on my hand.
Hand her over.
Just,
Hey, thanks for
I
that.
just saw it.
It's just what I needed.
Sure. Ladies first.
Yeah, hold on, bro. I got a shit ton of crumbs on my chair that I didn't realize that I had. And now I need to, you know, clean them up before my cat decides she wants to come in here today. Whenever that might be. Really don't know with her. Okay. It's good. I might also be a little bit. Not even joking, just switching scenes is how I check my position to make sure I'm in a good spot. Look, I try to be there, but like not in the way. Minus the health bar, I can't do anything about that though.
I'm
No
not
matter where I
supposed
am,
to
I'm gonna
say
be covering
anything.
something.
But Joel's worried about you.
There's nothing to worry about.
Well, I'm sure there isn't. But if you don't talk to him, he's gonna think something's wrong.
I talked to him.
Well, you have to do more than hi and bye.
Okay, I will try.
I say sub.
At ease, fellas.
Haunts. 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 You guys just keep a fire burning here?
That was y'all shooting out
Oh,
there, right?
Joel's.
Oh,
Okay.
just some stragglers. Ellie got to try out my scope.
How'd you like it?
Yeah, feels good.
I see you haven't gotten around to changing the strings yet.
I didn't know I was supposed to.
Yeah, we'll get you some new ones.
Well, there's that music store down there. I bet they got guitar stuff. I mean, that area's long overdue for a sweep anyway. I can keep watch.
He's just forcing us to go on a father-daughter
okay.
trip that nobody asked for.
Sure.
But I'm forced to do it on account of story. I'm not upset. We
And
already
that's
know
our
I'm not
cue.
upset about this. Alright, freaks. Well, you're in ads. Be right back. I'm gonna take my plate, and then I've got a bowl of chips. I'm gonna take my plate and my bowl of chips downstairs. Oh. Check this out. This will be real funny. I'll be back. I return. Just kidding. Still not in chair. Oh my god. I think it's really funny though, because like the chair is attached to me. So whenever I move, the chair moves. That's pretty great. That's a good meme. That's a good one. That's a good one. Alright, back to the video game.
Are you sure you don't want to come?
Get on now. He's waiting.
Okay, let's go.
All right. On me, kiddo. So, you and Tommy cross anything when you was out?
Just the few we saw from the ridge. You?
You know, found 2 runners in a house.
Hell yeah.
Jesse tells me you're handling your own quite well on the group patrols. He's even recommending you for paired patrols. Well, I think you're still a bit young for it.
I'm a better shot than almost all of them. And I have more experience than most of the new recruits
Look,
who've...
if you think you're ready, I trust you.
Gas.
Okay. Thanks.
You just do me a favor and start with the shorter routes for now. You know, see how you handle them.
All right.
No, I think that's fair. He's got that dad
Hey,
worry.
you remember those, Savage Starlight comic books that you're into?
Oh yeah, the Pokemon
Yeah.
cards.
Tommy and I found some when we were moving through that school the other day.
Did you like them?
Well, you know what? It's not really my cup of tea, but...
Oh my god, I can't believe Joel Miller
Dr.
hates
Daniela
Pokemon.
Star, I mean, she's pretty...
She's a savage.
Well, what she does to Captain Ryan in that death match... Whew.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely deserved it, but...
That was a nice twist how they escaped, though.
You're funny.
She's
story
pretty,
got
but
that
the way
way.
she
You
murdered
never
that
leave the
guy,
horses
oh boy.
Sounds good.
Odds. Okay. Sorry, I was hitting the dismount
Get into
button.
trouble.
Why did you just tell the- Look, she's immediately
Is that
leaving
music
to get
store?
into trouble.
Yeah, I see it.
Immediately, she left to go and get into trouble. That's my horse.
You need a boost?
I got it.
Oh, dude, how tall you think I am?
I don't think we can go this way.
What? Well, damn. Used to be able to swim across this.
Okay, so now what?
Well, if you're up for it, we can try cutting through that hotel.
I'm up for it.
Don't. Never mind, there's a back door. Alright, I was gonna say, I don't remember how to get in here. But there's just a
Damn it.
convenient back door for me to enter.
Oh, that might be something. You
Let me in.
think you can fit in there?
Let me in.
Well, it's
Let
worth
me
a
in.
shot.
Come on, let me in. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Careful now.
Let me in.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm through! Hold on!
All right.
Bottle. Ooh, rags. Great.
See anything?
Looking.
Yeah, I got a Washington bottle. Washington? Where the fuck is Jackson at? It's in Washington, right? I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. See, no, wait, hold on. No, I'm stupid. Seattle's in Washington. I know the states. We're in Wyoming. Okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. We are in Wyoming. Sorry, hold on, I can't breathe. Yeet. My breathing has certainly been lately. That's it.
Well, hello.
Howdy.
You impressed?
Nope. You're just too skinny. You need to eat more.
You actually
welcome.
don't have to fight him. You can run away. There's an achievement if you beat him, but you don't have to. You're capable of running away from that battle. I already beat him, so I'll probably not be going through the trouble of attacking him again. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, the first time I did this, I didn't know you
This place is giving me the creeps.
you could run. I found it out after I'd already beaten him.
I think I see a way through, but we got spores.
I was just like,
Put your
okay.
mask on.
Do I have to? It's just us.
What if we run into someone?
Okay, fine.
Yeah, you already kicked his ass. You good then. You're all
You gotta
all
be
good.
smart about this. You stop wearing that mask, kiddo, and eventually you're gonna slip up in front of someone you shouldn't.
I've never slipped.
You ain't told nobody new, have you? Not Jesse or Dina or...
Not yet.
Of course not.
Okay, good.
I mean, if you want, like I said, you can fight him if you want to. I wouldn't. I honestly, if you've got the achievement, it feels like just a waste of ammo, though.
You ever been in here before?
You just patrol the streets. Kind of like a bit of an oversight.
Maybe.
Okay, we got those Jackson bottles. The fuck? You, old man. We're in the past. It's time for me to bully Joel as much as possible. Oh my god, it's Scrungles! Sorry, my cat just came in. You know, Scrungles the cat. Fuck yeah, a metal pipe. I can definitely kill that bloater we're gonna run into using this. Charging after a bloater holding a metal pipe definitely seems like a good idea.
Looks like it was shot a while back.
When did the last patrol go through here?
Not sure.
Is it one of us?
Alright.
Only people went missing from Jackson, them teenagers from last year. This one's too old. Now it just roamed in.
Hi, Cece. Thank you. She just fucking kissed poor cat. She's like, if I just let you kiss me, it'll be over faster. I just let it happen, it'll be over. She had to give me a kiss too, boys. It's fine. She always boops her nose against mine whenever I lift her for kisses. She knows. She knows the toll must be paid. I lost the old man. Okay, there he is.
This
Oh,
way.
there's an uppies. Oh.
Come here.
They are on patrol, right?
Okay. Let's take him out.
Super duper not worried about these guys, they're just zombies. Alright, never mind.
More infected! Get ready!
Yeah, that sounded like, I forget that the
There's a
clickers
runner!
have, like, a fucking
Got you.
delay on their death noise. like fucking Enderman from Minecraft. They just have, like,
Got
a
it.
weird delay. In which after they're already dead, they keep making noise for some reason. Joel, you have infinite ammo, why don't you do all the work? Also, that was my bad entirely. That was completely on me.
Over here!
Busy. Looting, you know how it is. Cat fur on my face now.
Here, come on!
What? Oh. The zombies are just so much easier.
Got a runner!
That's the thing, is that the zombies are a lot easier to stealth kill. Okay, there we go, Jesus. Unless you're me and you messed up. Melee quicker as long as you've got a melee weapon. I'm not as worried about using my ammo here because this is a flashback, so like, who cares?
Runner!
I'm so good at melee.
Here comes some more!
Yeah, I'm not sure this melee thing's working out too well for me. Don't mind me. Almost dead, you know how it is.
I think we did it.
So bad at video games.
Good job, kiddo.
So, what do you say we give up on those strings for today?
Couldn't have said it better myself. I think our only way out is forward now.
Bruh. Why don't we just smash one of the windows? Like, my guy. You literally have a shotgun, just fucking shoot. Just fucking shoot the window. Whatever. It's fine. I'll complain about it later.
That looks like it might be something.
Oh my god, I get to be in the walls! I love that. Let me in the walls. Let me in the walls, Joel. Let me in the walls. Yee hee hee. Woohoo! Little goblin. I'm in the walls. Joel, look out. There might be a bloater to grab you while you're in the walls. Not that I would know, for sure. You know? Okay, I think we already determined that you wanted that. I was wrong! I got grabbed instead!
Come on!
Hold on a second. Alright, there we go. Joel, where'd you go? Alright, Joel, we have a problem. I'm out of ammo. I ran out of ammo. I ran out of ammo. No, dude, do not tell me. That is not a helpful tip. That is just simply a super unhelpful tip. Okay, let's do this again. That's another issue. I think my like main issue is 1, I can't aim. 2,
Stay away from him!
I have like such an issue cornering myself on accident. Ow! Sorry, you're so ugly, I thought you were Joel. Just gotta get into that Elliot mind instead of bully the old man. Oh my god, the fucking reload on this thing takes so long. It takes her so fucking long to reload. That shotgun, I'm not used to it. Cece! No. I shake her and then she looks up at me like, why did you do that? Why did you do that? Okay. I believe we already determined that like, you don't have to kill him. We've already had the conversation. You don't have to kill him, but kill him if you want to. It's fine. Nobody is telling you to not kill him, really. Ow. Oh my god. I missed. I've honestly just been letting Joel do most of the work here. God dang it, I hear another one. I hear another infected. Just like normal people infected. Stop it. I missed. How the fuck did I? Okay, I'm out of ammo. Okay, thank you, Jesus. I was about to say, I was nowhere near that thing. There is no way it grabbed me. I shot it like twice and then threw Molotovs at it. Joel did all the work there.
Sure. But we fucking did it.
Yeah, we sure did.
You good?
Yeah, other than being really old,
Haha, old man.
ain't nothing a solid night of sleep won't shake off.
I want to get out of here.
We should probably find me a new gas mask at some point. That's probably a good idea. But you know how it is. There was just like ammo on the floor and I kept— how the fuck did I keep running out of ammo? Oh, sorry, we have to go through these doors. Are you serious? We're going through those doors? You mean the door— why did I have to come over here to you if you wanted to go through the doors that I was next to? Old man.
What are you doing? What if there's like 2 bloaters back there?
It'll be fine. Spores are clear.
It doesn't matter, my mask is gone.
Quite the fight back there, huh?
Not often we get a bloater around these parts.
Yeah. Jesse and Dina are gonna lose their shit when they hear about this.
Let's deal with them too anyway. They're dating, right?
On and off. Why?
I hear the way Jesse talks about you.
Oh my god.
No, Jesse and I are just friends.
I forgot that he.
Keen eye for these sort of things.
Not so keen with this one.
I forgot that he doesn't know Ellie's a
Hold
lesbian.
your breath.
So he's just like, nah, you and Jesse would make such a good couple, and Ellie's just like, okay, that's nice, Joel. She just nods and smiles, basically. She's like, how else are you supposed to react? Dude, you can so get through there. Let me in. What if there's loot? Oh, sorry, apparently I have to let Joel open the door.
You think you can squeeze through there?
Yes, move. Move, old man, thank you.
See what it is?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god, the cafe. So many windows for me to break. Love that for me.
Ellie!
Thanks.
Yeah.
I wonder how many sessions her tattoo took.
Hey, Joel. I think it's them. The couple that ran away last year.
My cat is vibrating.
Why are you vibrating? What are you vibrating for? Is your little baby? Little babies vibrate?
I think you're right.
Okay,
Jackson is a wonderful
blinked,
place,
and
but
then
we
you
got
slowly
tired of
opened
hearing
your
the stories
eyes.
of people suffering everywhere else. We wanted to save lives. We had good intentions. We didn't make it an hour before running into a horde. Now we're bitten. We've decided we're gonna end our lives instead of turning.
A classic.
Please tell our family and friends that we're sorry. Love, Adam and Sydney. I shot her. I can't take my own life. I'm a fucking coward. Adam.
Jesus.
If only they were immune, right?
Well, let's go
Don't
get
mind
Tommy
me.
and we can get these bodies back to Jackson.
Just cracking my fingers.
After you took
So
me out of the
sore lately,
Firefly
I don't know
Hospital,
why. Come here, Shishi. I want to give you more kisses.
you said there were dozens of people like me.
Yeah? Yeah, that's what they told me.
I've never met another immune person before. Have you?
I could be hiding it. You do.
Do you believe that?
Is now really the time for this?
Yes.
We traveled across the entire country.
Why
to
are
find
you
the
flat?
Fireflies.
Oh my god, she flattened herself.
I had so many questions for them. Why did you pull me out of there while I was still unconscious?
Because I let them run their tests. And when I saw that they were useless, I got us out of there.
How do you know they were useless? Maybe if you just would have given them more time, they could have figured something out.
They ran like, what,
There was
3 tests, and then we're like, alright, cut her open. Basically,
There's
so like,
nothing
I mean,
that could
I'm
help
just
these people or
saying, I'm
anybody
just
else.
saying.
I know you wish things were different. I wish things were different. But they ain't. And we need to get these kids back to their families.
Also, this thing of like,
someone
I
else who
understand
recognizes.
that they wanted a cure. I get that. But they didn't even fucking ask.
No.
They were were just like, all right, we're gonna murder this child so that we can save humanity. And it's like, I you know, I get you want a cure, but you could at least ask her if she wants to die. Just saying. I'm just saying, Scrungles. Sprinkle? Sprinkle the Pringle cat? Ew. Getting stitches is awful. You can fucking feel
Jesse's
the
passed out.
thread. It's disgusting. I hate
Hey,
it.
let me do that.
It's like for me, it's not the pain of getting stitches. It's the fact that you can feel the thread going through your skin. It's such an uncomfortable sensation.
He's a good guy. Why didn't you tell him?
Because he tried to take me home.
Wasn't the right time. There you go.
What about this? Anything worthwhile?
Actually, yeah.
Abby?
No. This girl, Nora, her unit was assigned to this hospital. They were collecting supplies or something.
This hospital?
Yeah.
Medical center. Not even hospital, it just says medical center.
Wait, you're gonna go now?
We have a lead.
Like, at least just wait for Jessie to rest up.
She could be gone by then.
Helly.
We know her location. Maybe Tommy does too. What?
Nothing.
Good. Can you come help me with the door, please?
Yep.
She comes in here because she wants to sleep on me, and it's like, I just want to squish you.
Right. If I follow Route 5,
She's so
that should take me to the
small.
hospital.
She's so tiny and adorable.
Route 5. Track down Nora. Get her to tell me where Abby is. Easy.
Okay, follow the yellow brick road. Find the wizard.
Here we go.
Wish to go home. Simple. Simple enough. And now I listen. Use my ear holes. Okay. Ear holes have detected nothing except for depression.
Gotta get through.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can literally just jump over there. I just wanted to see if there were materials, supplies, and whatnot.
Cut through here.
I probably should make another silencer for my gun. See, I wouldn't be so screwed on ammo if, like, I was playing on an easier difficulty. I think that's my main issue. Hey, yo, lotto machine. Oh my god, they got the special cola. We should bring one back for Dina. Dina clearly doesn't want my special cola, though. Like, every time I ask, she just doesn't reply. I think it's just safe to assume she just doesn't want the special cola. Pokemon cards. That's not a Pokemon card. Yo, I got the Pokemon card. Nice.
Okay, progress.
looking at these windows and I'm remembering that thing I have with, like, destroying windows in Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know why that was, like, the bit that I chose to do with that game. Was just destroying all of their windows and never entering through an already open building. It's like, I'll enter. I just have to destroy your window to get inside.
Damn it.
That's all. Am I gonna have to crack open a window to get in here? By that I mean, am I gonna have to throw brick? Do I have a brick? I have a brick. Okay, I in fact do own a brick. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I thought that they were gonna like come in here or come over here, but I guess not. Molotovs. If it works, it works. Hey, buddy. I just fucking stealth with Molotovs.
Damn it.
I wouldn't call Molotovs stealth, but I just stealth with Molotovs. Stealth by lighting my enemies on fire. If they don't know I exist, then, like, surely it's stealth. Definitely how this works. More drugs that I can just consume. But it's ADHD medication. Soon I'm not going to need, and oh my god. Okay, I'm fully upgraded. Why was there no achievement for that? I'm sorry, it feels like there should be an achievement for that. I can't even see my fucking, I'm not signed into the PlayStation Network apparently, okay. It really feels like there should be an achievement for that though. Unless there is and I just didn't see it because I'm not signed in. Okay, well... How the fuck? Alright, I guess we're going through this window. Right. Though I definitely aimed for the one next to it. I just... whatever. Oh, great, the Seraphites. Ellie's not actually dealt with the Seraphites yet, now that I'm thinking about it.
Feel her love. What the fuck?
I don't understand cults. Like, you mean to tell me you had nothing better to do except for start a fucking cult? Cause, like, why? Okay, I don't trust that. I'd rather jump. Okay, never mind. I guess I have to trust the elevator, even though she definitely could have hit that. Okay, apparently the elevator was trustworthy. Worthers. Why are there so many bottles here? How's that for bottle, idiot? Hot.
Damn it.
Okay.
There's some good stuff in there.
Yeah, I don't know where we're going, though. What? Sorry, hold on. I'm not entirely sure where to take this rope. Genuinely. This is just a noose. She just has no comment on the fact that this is actually just a noose. Yeah, alright, sure, why not? Nope. Not long enough for that. Anyways. Remember when I said I wasn't gonna do that thing that I did in Ghost of Tsushima where I break all the windows? Yeah, me neither. Don't know what it is with me in video game windows. I don't like them, I guess. Just give me a minute. I'm stupid. I can figure it out at some point, though. You just gotta bear with me here. I'm stupid, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Cause, like, genuinely, my only thought... And this feels like such a stupid-ass idea. Like, what is that doing? Nothing. It does nothing. This would be so much better if I had a brain. fuck is the throw button? Is it not X? What? Am I stupid? What the fuck? Okay, apparently I've lost my ability to throw this fucking rope. I'm playing on console. I don't own this on PC, unfortunately. I don't know if it was just some weird thing of like, I'm up here, or like I was down here, so maybe it just wasn't letting me. It's X. I know how to throw it, it just wasn't, it's not X. I'm stupid. It's fucking right trigger. Jesus Christ. No, it's fine. I fucking figured it out. I'm just stupid. Why the fuck was I thinking it was X? I don't know. Okay, no, it's fine. I love it when my brain works. I don't think this is working. Okay, I'm gonna fucking. No, you're fine. I'm just gonna Google it because like I don't. So stupid. What the fuck is this called? It's the conference center. Okay. Yeah, I'm not smart. Kitty butt. Check the kitty butt. Kitty butt. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm oh my god. Oh my fucking. So, give me the bottle. Give me the bottle, check. Just fucking. No, I mean, if you think about it, I guess it makes sense that throw the rope is right trigger because that's the shoot button also. I'm just dumb. Dude, my brain just ceases to function. Fucking. It's that simple the entire fucking time. So stupid. Just get the fucking rope over there. Cool, now I can fucking hang myself. For legal reasons, that's a joke, I guess.
Alright, what do we got?
Wow, this was so worth it. Oh my god, a Pokemon card. This was so worth it. I don't have that Pokemon card. I like that I've just been calling them fucking Pokemon cards this entire time. Soon I'll find Abby. I'll find Abby and I'll get my Pokemon cards back from her. That's right, the real reason I'm looking for Abby is because she stole my Pokemon cards. It's not for revenge on Joel, because Joel didn't die. What do you mean? He's still alive and healthy. He's just an old man. That's all. I'm in denial. This would be really funny if this entire game Ellie was just in denial about Joel dying. And then was just like, no, I need to go and get my trading cards back from Abby. And Dina's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Joel is dead. It's like, no, he's not. He's still alive. What do you mean? We left him in Jackson. He's fine. Then Jesse dies and Ellie's like, no, what do you mean? Jesse's alive. Why would they kill him? Why would they kill my #1 bro? Bros for life.
Denied.
Okay, well, I can't, well... Yay! A hidey hole! There's definitely not anything deadly in here. I can't help but notice the lack of bleach. Not that I wanted bleach for any particular reason. Look, if I give the bleach to the zombies... If I give the bleach to the zombies, then maybe they'll die. My health is full. I don't know what to do about this. I've never had full health before. I'm not sure how to cope. It's a lie. I've had full health before. It just doesn't last very long. Like, seriously, this game gives me so many places to loot, and then it gives me such little loot. Hello? Anybody partying in here? We have such a big ass dining table. What? How are your plants still alive? Yo, tomatoes? Genuinely, how are those still alive though? There's no way. Like, there's no way those would still be alive. Don't worry, I'll help them.
Filled with supplies.
I'll help them get the water that they need. Okay, never mind, that's a really strong window. I don't have that many, upgrades left to do, I don't think. I literally only... Oh, Jesus!
I got her! We're not going back, understand?
Let go of me!
Alright.
I found out why the tomatoes are intact.
Isaac can go to hell!
We're not going back!
What? I don't care. I don't even know you.
Don't let her get away!
Okay, I need to stop charging towards the people with guns. It's clearly not working for me.
No!
Fuck you up!
Okay, look, dude. Stop. 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 Stop shooting me. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so good at video. Enemies are deadly accurate when you're charging towards them, guys. I think I learned that already. I think I already figured that one out.
Shit.
Isaac can go to hell!
I don't know who the fuck that is, but alright. Hold on a
We're
sec.
not going to hell!
They get like so surprised whenever I shoot them. It's like, you started it?
Just like that.
Alright, anyways. Back to what I was doing. I don't know if they've just like
What the fuck, people?
been living in here or something and that's why the tomatoes are still intact, but whatever. Look, the light was still on. It was so rude. Getting the fucking rangefinder on this damn thing up. Oh yeah. Well, I only have one more upgrade to do. I'm not sure what to do with myself now. I want to log into the PlayStation Network. So just give me a sec. Let me do that really fast. I fucking remember how. Oh, it's so weird. I muted it for you guys, so I can't hear anything either. Hilarious. I actually think I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty sure me setting up to the PlayStation Network is as simple as me connecting to Wi-Fi. I don't think I'm connected to Wi-Fi because I don't remember the last time I turned my PlayStation on, like, to actually play it was. When did we play Persona 5? Because that was it. See? No, it failed to log into the PlayStation Network still. It logged me into the Wi-Fi, but not to the PlayStation Network. I legit don't actually know how to log in, I'm gonna be honest with you. Oops. Oh, this game really thinks that I have of the PlayStation app on my phone? No, why the fuck would I have that? My only thought for it not letting me log in is I might have changed my password since I last used this. But I don't know, because I don't know what my password was, so I don't know what it could be. Did I guess it the first time? Oh my god, I'm... Cool. Oh my god, I have one friend, that's fucking hilarious. I say as I unfollow and unfriend that person. There we go. This is also, no, this is literally what I wanted, by the way. I literally just wanted my achievements. I played this game in 2022. Oh my god. Yeah, I literally just wanted to look at my achievements. That's it. That's literally it, by the way. Learn all player upgrades. I did. Surely I did. Unless Abby has player upgrades. Like... I learned everything. Ugh, whatever. Okay, unless Abby has player upgrades, which I guess she might, I don't know. Just, I have no idea.
Gotta be more careful.
Okay. So she does have upgrades. That's probably it then. It's just been so long since I played this. I legit forgot that there was even an upgrade system. They should know by now that a locked door doesn't stop me. Hello. Why is this bed so clean looking? Oh, look at the kitty. Oh, look at the kitty. Oh, kitty cat. Oh, look at the kitty cat. Oh, look at the kitty. Oh, okay, I'm done. Also, freaks, you have ads in 30 seconds. I wasn't paying attention, my bad. Okay, I'm gonna go under the assumption here and say safe code. Anniversary. So... What is it? What the fuck month is October? Okay, so... I don't know... Fuck. 10/8... 83? That's math. Yep, it's definitely 83.
Oh shit, it worked.
Well, that one was pretty easy to... Okay, the ghosts are closing doors again. What the fuck is this shit? Oh, I actually do need health now. Amazing. Okay. Onwards. There's no way I can get through here. This is definitely one of those
Need to get in there.
climbing things. Nice.
All right.
Ah, okay.
Damn it.
I don't remember if this will...
Okay, fine. Don't stay open.
Sorry, just give me a sec. I don't quite remember how to do this part. Oh, okay, thanks for the hint. This is gonna be super fucking awkward to do.
Oh, come on, come on, come on! Yes. It actually worked.
Okay, there we go.
That's pretty smart, Ellie.
Yeah, I'm really good at reading sometimes. Love the casual hint about the dumpster on the ramp. That's a good one.
Okay.
Now, I like that I'm just going around and unlocking all their doors, also. Not only am I breaking all their windows, I'm also unlocking all of their doors. It's pretty great.
There's the hospital. Fuck. Thought I'd be closer.
Me too. Ew, bugs. I guess down I go. Well, this doesn't seem safe. Comic Expo, I guess. That's cool. That's cool. That definitely feels like it's gonna kill me. Like, knowing my luck, that feels like I'm just gonna die. Same with that. Okay, so everything is gonna kill me. Good to know. Okay, and that window is just immune, I guess. Like, I don't know, it definitely feels like there should be a rope or something that I can throw to get down. It also kind of feels like I should be able to get up there, but, you know. Oh, down I go. Okay. I wasn't actually expecting that to work. Bruh. Okay, great.
Nice.
I keep telling them, the locked doors don't work. They don't keep me out. Ooh, Pokemon card. I need to stop. They're not Pokemon cards, except they clearly are. Like, hold on. See, that is clearly an Eevee. Obviously. And there's Pikachu. Fuck. I'm not gonna go down every single card and assign it a Pokemon, okay? As funny as that would be, It take me way too long. Okay, so I'm down here now. Also, sorry if I got quiet or I leaned back a bit.
Ugh, stinks in here.
Let's just be nasty Seattle stank, I guess.
Oh.
Yep, nasty Seattle stank. It's just a corpse. Okay, goodbye, Cece. I love you. Even though I know you don't love me. Attach silencer, and then it's just a fucking plastic bottle. Amazing.
Oh, shit. Fuck me.
I forgot about the stalkers. I forgot there's like a whole fucking part I have to go through dealing with the stalkers. Which, mind you, I do not remember these guys being in part 1.
Great.
So I was quite surprised when I ran into them in this game.
Stalkers. Fuck. Need to find a way out of here.
I don't know why I'm turning my light off. They can't see it. Shit. I shot one. I think that there's 2 left. I shot one, but I don't know where the hell it went. There. Yeah, I saw you. Get your ass back here! Oh, there's way more of you fucks than I thought. Okay, good to know. Hey, buddy! Whew. Don't say anything until Ellie does. The character knows when the zombies are dead. The Levi, the Sea Fairy. The Lurby belief is not. I see you. That is a bottle. That is definitely not a stalker. That is just a bottle, actually. Okay. I like that it really gives you like all these opportunities to stealth through here. And then I just ran through with my shotgun. I don't... I might have gotten them all. Nothing came when I threw the bottle, and I don't hear anything. So, like, you know. Looking for loot now. I like how they go from stalkers, the quietest, like, zombie in the game, to clickers, which I consider to be one of the loudest in the game, especially now that they scream. The natural progression. There's nothing in here. Did I already? Why is there like such a there's such a depressing lack of loot? Ugh. Oh, there's no window there. It's hard to tell. Spores, you know. I think I got everything. Damn, there was like nothing in here. The fuck?
There's the hospital.
We're a lot closer than we were. Oof. 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 We dog.
Felt that.
You're fine.
Okay. Head down to the street.
They're extremely sensitive to sound, which is kind of working out in my favor here. There's a couple, like, I'd say the main difference between them and the clickers, really, is just one has eyes and one doesn't. At least for me, that's like the difference. Hey, buddy! can also melee a stalker. I can't melee a clicker. I mean, I technically can, but doesn't mean I should. I don't like this dramatic wah music that's going on right now. Where the fuck? See you. Don't know if that was this one dying or if there's another one in here somewhere. Answered my question. Stealth.
Okay. Time to go.
That time the music stopped. Why am I crouching down? I already know that there's nothing in here. Let's just go. Yoink. This game is cheating me on supplies. I know I'm playing on moderate mode, but like, well, I guess moderate plus. Like, moderate plus is going to be more difficult than normal mode. Than moderate mode. It's like, okay. Alright, and yeah, no, I'm just... Man, oh man.
Here we go. Shit.
Yes, sorry. I can swim, but current fast and zombie also. Whee! Ow, whee! Okay, at this point I'm just cruising along, alright.
Fuck, Seattle.
Okay. Well, I see this over here. Okay, wait, I see how we're getting there. Ooh, bricks! I don't know what my thing with bricks is. Like, I just prefer the bricks over the bottles. I actually don't know why. Like, I don't think that there's a difference in, oh, this one stuns them for longer or something. I just like the bricks more, I guess. ladders are for chumps, apparently. Well, I'm a chump, I guess.
Get me the hell out of here.
And then a shambler appears. Imagine.
Alright. Where the hell did I end up?
Okay. Danger. Gotcha. Danger. Brick. These fake people up here they almost got me. I almost got bamboozled.
Okay. You
Convenient
are
tourist
here,
map.
and the hospital's there. Cut through the park.
Convenient tourist map. I think this is our first time running into Sarah fights up ahead. Yes. No. I'm pretty sure this was like a part of the gameplay trailer that they put out when the game first came out. Was this specific section here? Ow, Jesus! Okay, apparently that's supposed to happen. I'd assume. I'd go under the assumption that that is in fact meant to happen.
Shit. Who the fuck?
We're being attacked!
We're being attacked, we say, after just shooting someone. Fuck you. Ah, shit. Thanks for giving me time to heal, assholes. Jesus. Okay, that guy clearly has arrows. Can I take those? Let me take the arrows. Dude, okay. Like, I understand ammo is scarce, but they very clearly have arrows on them.
Keep looking, fuckers.
How the fuck? Like, they very clearly have arrows on them. So just let me arrow. Let me steal their arrows. Instead, I'm just gonna have to fucking explode everybody. Because you won't let me take their arrows. And all I have left is explosives.
Here I come.
Yeah, you're coming, alright.
Jesus. These must be the scars. Doesn't matter. Hospital.
Okay.
You better not have strung Nora up.
Make more smoke bombs, because I've actually been using them quite a bit, if for no other reason than, like, a distraction. Oh, fuck you, thank you, Jesus. Oh, sweet, sweet ammo. I would love to just, like, go through this game using exclusively the bow, but that would involve them giving me fucking ammo. I mean, like, despite my many deaths, I've been doing pretty okay. My issue isn't even, like, a lack of ammo, genuinely. It's that I'm reckless. or like my issue isn't, oh, I ran out of ammo. It's, oh, I backed myself into a fucking corner. Or, oh, I'm charging directly towards the enemy while they're shooting at me. Bork.
Need to get past that checkpoint gate.
Door.
All right.
No turning back. Use my ear holes here. Okay, looks like I can't stop and take a piss break. Cool. Dude. This game really wants me to use my fucking rifle. What? Oh, that's the... Sorry, I saw the bowstring and I got super confused. Don't ask me how I got confused, just know that I did. Fucking nice ass apartment. Granted, I guess it is Seattle. Even though, like, quote unquote shitty apartments we've been into have been really nice. That really doesn't seem like a good way to store your bottles, but okay. No locked door will stop.
Nope.
Bro, what did I just say about locked doors? What did I just say? Yep, can't read. Okay, well, there's no uppies, so I guess we're just going down to the way we're supposed to go. Ow, my ankles. That one looks cool. That one looks really cool. Like, these all look pretty cool, but I really like this one. I don't know why. Reminds me of space. You know, my home. People are gonna start thinking I'm a fucking alien. No. The lore. It's too confusing. The sea fairy lore.
I think I can fit.
They are nested with sin.
I didn't want to...
Free them.
Holy shit!
Oh, my love.
No!
Hi, Bundy. I have a gift for you. Check this shit out.
Straggler! Get the wolf!
Like that I just go back to hiding in the grass when I'm done. It's not letting me move? Okay, there we go. Down! Oh my god, a sickle! Fuck yeah! No, stop it. You done? I'm still hearing the music.
Get Isaac. See who's out there.
Huh. I hear them, but I don't, like, hear them. Ah, there you are. Alright. It's not that serious. Calm down.
Only when weak can we find our true strength.
At least 4. Okay, I don't know where the hell that guy is. I think it's time to go inside.
Another straggler! We missed one!
1, 2. Okay, I know there's at least 3, because there was at least 4. And I shot one. So there's at least 3. I don't think army crawling is gonna do much for me in this specific scenario, so let's just creep. Just creep along. Just creep along. You keep saying that, but I am the exact same straggler
Maybe
that
kick
you've
from
been
back
missing
there.
for like 10 minutes now.
It can't be far.
You're right, I'm not!
Another straggler! We missed one!
Yeah, you did! Bonk! Bonk! Aw, man, my sickle. Can you stop choking on your own blood, please? Thank you. Jesus. Ooh, yeah, pipe. Thank you. It was very nice of you to provide me with your pipe. Thank you for donating to our cause. Still hear peeps. There's still peeps. I think. Ellie didn't say anything, but I saw subtitles. Subtitles, they're not cheating. If you have auditory processing issues. Oh. Fog. That's not a thing people still say. I'm like the only person that still fucking says that.
Jesus. That it?
I'd assume by your dialogue that yes.
Fucking nuts. Tommy, hope you're doing better than I am.
I'm pretty sure when you find Tommy, he's like, I've not even run into any scars. Like, I'm pretty damn sure. Which is just like, okay, well, fuck you, Tommy. Been running around fucking, like, almost dying multiple times. Have died multiple times because of my own stupidity. And you're just out here, like, living your best life. Blowing shit up. Having fun. Having plot armor. Must be nice. I only have plot armor and cutscenes. If only I had plot armor during gameplay. Where the fuck is the hospital? Whatever. Okay, let's just keep going. I'm sure we'll find it. I don't like that there's convenient barriers here for me to crouch around.
Fuck, more of them. Where are they coming from?
It's gone quiet. Keep eyes for stragglers.
Life would be so much easier if I had a Molotov I could just throw at all of you at once. But alas, all I have is this.
Damn it! Ambush!
Straggler! Get the wolf! Posted! She went behind those cars!
There you are!
You say that, but I was never actually hiding from you. Y'all are just stupid.
Underneath
it.
the car, the goblin.
Oh,
damn,
jeez,
that's it.
Sorry, I going underneath the. I just
a
blacked
fucking
out going
hospital.
underneath that car. What happened? What did I miss? Weapon? That's got more uses. I got a machete. Okay, let's not die. Alright. Nice. Ooh, coffee. Ooh, coffee. Numa. Is that like instead of Puma? Oh, we have Mercy, I assume, instead of Macy's. There were doors. I just chose to not use them for some reason. Okay, Macy's also has clothes. This seems more like it's a Sephora, so we better look out for those 10-year-olds.
Okay.
Jesus! Oh, it's this boy. Hello. No, thank you. I know, I'm not into that. Thanks, though.
You motherfucker!
Okay, that's not fair. This is not fair. This is not, you are cheating. Okay, yeah, at this point, just kill me. You can't call me a savage and then stomp on my head. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, no, fuck you. I'm getting out of here.
Don't let her escape!
Bye.
She's gone.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Fucker.
What? What? Oh, Jesus. Are you done? Give me the
Jesus Christ.
fuck. Give me that shit. My turn to swing around the hammer.
Hospital.
I don't know what the fuck this is. You know what? I don't care. You're putting that shitty ass padlock on the door? What is it gonna do? Your building is made out of glass. The padlock does nothing. Oh, don't worry. This padlock will stop the zombies from getting in. What? What do you mean? The zombies come over, they're like, oh no, there's a padlock, we can't break that. Oh, we gotta go back. We gotta go, oh no, we're sorry, we didn't know you had a padlock. Our weakness is rusting metal. How did you know? Okay. Look at all this expired makeup stuff. Influencers would have a field day with this shit. Gonna be honest, I don't actually remember killing that guy last time. That big guy. So he was very easy to kill. You literally one-shot him. To be fair, I did shoot him in the head, but you know.
Let's try this.
Okay, there's more uppies, but there might be loot. Which we all know that I'm in desperate need of. More Molotovs, I love that for me. Thank you. Ellie, you fucking fuck. Heck. More smoke bombs. I'd make more of the, like, trap mines, but I don't know how to use them. Considering last time I tried to use them, I just ended up blowing myself up.
Better still be there, Nora.
I'm just waiting for somebody to appear out of fucking nowhere. Don't mind me though, it's just my wrist. Now we get to go through the hospital. Hooray! Shush. It's just fish. It's just fish.
Don't make a fucking sound. Hands up.
The PSP.
You know a girl named
Amazing.
Nora?
Sure, yeah.
Where is she?
In the hospital.
Where in the hospital?
Yeah, they're clearing out the upper floors. She's somewhere in there.
Crazy how Ellie was just straight up gonna let you live too. What game was she playing? What is that? What is that? Is that what? Sony. Okay, so it's definitely a PSP, but like, okay, wait, hold on. It's upside down. Let me. What game are you playing? PS Vita? The fuck is that? You're dead. Oh, it's funny because she is. Anyways. I don't know what PSP game she's playing, all I know is she's fucking dead. That sucks. L. Cool. Order. What if there's something in the order? There's nothing in there. There's just sadness in that order.
Closed away. The word is we're almost wrapped up.
Good. I got my girl waiting for me at the fob.
Okay.
You shitting me? They put you with Joe again?
Hey, we get the job done.
I bet you do. Oh, this is not fair.
I'm telling you, man. Data soldier. It makes these shifts so much easier.
Sure. I'll keep that in mind.
Hey guys, check this out. Yeet.
Oh, Jesus Christ! We're under attack! Contact! Right there!
Oh no, how many fucking Kevins you got working for you?
She ran in the grass!
I have literally been in the grass this entire time and have not moved. So like, yeah, of course I ran
We
in the
found her!
grass.
Here!
What? Ew. Gross. Don't touch me.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Owie. Just you two? Because, I can do that too.
Jesus! Watch out,
What?
there's smoke! Right over
Wait,
here!
where are you? Doggy, no, I'm sorry! I'm so sorry!
Look alive!
Fuck!
I'm very close to death. I'm so very, very close to death. And I can't craft any health kits. I don't have any, I have nothing. I am so screwed. Let me just, let's do a little bit of a...
Go! Fan out. Check the whole courtyard.
Oh my god, guys! She's right there! She's right there! Oh my god! That's so crazy! How did she get there? Wow! I didn't... Oh, Jesus. One of you little fucks have gotta have some health for me somewhere. Shit. I see Brad's over there.
Over here!
Took you long enough. I was freaks you have ads in 2 minutes. I have literally been on one hit since I just like started creeping around and not
Sounds like scars are getting closer.
and not making noise.
Hope that's our guys executing those freaks.
Hey, did you hear why we're all getting called up to the fog?
I heard that
Oh my god,
Isaac
you guys
wants
are
us
all
to
getting
retake all of
called for a
downtown.
Fall Out Boy concert.
I heard
I
we might
love
take
that
the
for
fight to
you.
them.
Oh, no way. Not after what went down.
I'd say you could live.
Fan out. Check the whole courtyard. Someone's out there. Got something, Bear?
No.
Smell something, boy?
No!
Right here!
Sorry.
Okay.
That bozo is still up there, are you serious?
Over there!
Okay, great. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, the dog clipped into the ground. You know, this has more uses, but this one is a one-shot.
God!
So let me stick with this
Around
one.
here somewhere. I think that's her. I'll see what's up.
Look out! Smoke! Here! Chris!
Oh no! It's basically just about being quicker to draw my gun than them.
God damn it!
Don't move. Thank you. Sorry, I had to get that fly off your shoulder. Oh, you have a spider. Wait, hold on. I didn't get the spider. Okay, there you go. I got it. You're welcome. Oh my god, wait.
I saw her go that way!
Wait, do you have a... Oh dude, you don't... No, bro, you could... Dude, there's a stink bug on you.
I caught her! By the canoe!
There's a stink bug. There's a stink bug on you. You don't want to have that stink bug on you. He's a stinky guy. Which is funny, because they actually only make that stench when they feel threatened. Ow. Who in the fuck? So good at stealth. Fuck. I ran out of Molotovs, you know, my one true stealthing tool. I like that I really have just been stealthing through this fucking game using, like, mostly Molotovs. Okay, all I know is I need to get uppies. I'm technically holding a gun that I can stealth with. Because, you know, logic.
What's the situation?
girl came back?
I'm more worried about scars.
Fuck.
Just stay focused.
Go that way.
Got something.
Oh, well, there we go.
Over here!
Skylar!
Great, I have 2 bullets, because fuck you. Man, fantastic. Joke's on you, I'm progressing through the story! Haha!
Damn it! Find another way up!
I'm so screwed. I'm so fucking screwed. Dude, poor Ellie is this entire time. I fucking hate the hospital, mind you. I know we have to come back through here as Abby, and I'm really not looking forward to it. But this entire fucking time, poor Ellie has just been like 1 hit from death. I really gotta stop trying to melee people when they're fucking firing their gun at me. I really need to stop.
That you, Nora?
The number 1 cause of death has just been my own stupidity so far. Not even just today, just like through this entire fucking game. Cause even on Tuesday, my number 1 cause of death was just my own stupidity. Okay, door's stuck, so I guess I gotta go around. I don't remember where to go here. Isn't this where is this where I came from? This feels like that is definitely where I came from. Okay. But door stuck. There might be a, let's look for, you know, vents so we can be sus, maybe. Okay, it definitely feels like I should be able to get into the ceiling, but then there's all those, like, pipes and whatnot. Okay, actually, where am I going? Like, have I... Okay, seriously, I know that I'm stupid, but, like, you can't tell me that I'm that stupid. Where the fuck am I going? What? Where am I going? I'm lost. Oh. Yes. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Alright, I've been healed, sort of. Where in the fuck am I going? I don't know where I'm going. I'm fucking lost in this hospital. I, like, genuine. Dude, I'm actually. Where the fuck?
What do I do now?
I don't know! It had to give me a hint because I can't figure it out. Oh my god, there was a vent! I was right, I did have to go into the ceiling. I just didn't see the fucking vent. Oh my god, I'm so blind! Let's keep your eyes out for vents, and then I didn't even.
Maybe if you posted more guards
Abby would still be in her cell. When the fuck was Abby here?
I'm not stupid. You're gonna tell us where she went.
When Isaac talks to us about this, I'm gonna say what I think happened.
Knock yourself out. I've got work to do.
Nora! I'm not going down for her, man.
Or the claw. Okay, it's a good thing that they're all blind, I guess.
Don't scream. Put that shit down.
Neither of them heard me or saw me leaving the vent. I was too sus. That's right, you can't call an emergency meeting and eject me.
Yeah. You remember me. What do you want? Abby was here earlier. Where'd she go?
I don't know. You shoot me. The sound will have every soldier come running.
You'll still be dead. Tell me where she went and I'll think about letting you go.
We could have killed you.
Yeah, you probably should have.
Or maybe you should have stayed the fuck out of Jackson. Where's Abby?
You still hear his screams?
Yes.
What?
Every night.
I hear them every night.
Good.
Yeah.
I wish that this.
Yeah, that little bitch got what he deserved.
You fucking.
Ah! Trespasser! Somebody, please! Nora! You can't escape this!
Joke's on you, I'm real good at hitting X and also triangle.
Damn it!
And square on occasion.
Shoot her! Stop! God damn it!
She doesn't understand my right bumper skills. I went the wrong way. She does understand my inability to follow a basic path, though.
Got you!
Oh yeah, I spam square real good.
Come on!
Throw down your weapons!
No!
No, wait.
Back up!
Put your gun down!
You can walk away from this, okay? I can.
Shut the fuck up!
Gun down! Hands up!
Get back!
You have nowhere to go.
Oh no, the spores. The spores, they're killing me.
Take her out!
Mask on!
The fuck's the power doing on it?
Doesn't matter. Find the trespasser.
Nora wasn't wearing a mask. How could we do it? There he is! Over here!
Y'all have more important things to worry about. walking right into that one.
Okay. Where'd you go?
I am unsure if there will be any loot. Does not seem like there is. And I don't know if there will be more clickers. I wouldn't think so, but there might be, so that's why I'm just staying down. I can hear you wheezing, Nora. Nora, I have the cure. Here I come. I have your cold medicine, Nora. Nora! I have your cold medicine!
Hi, Nora.
Oh God. Oh God.
What? You don't want your cold medicine, Nora? But I went out and bought some for you. That's not cold medicine.
Where's Abby?
You're breathing spores.
Yeah. It smells like chicken.
You're her.
Yeah, I got my flu shot. That's why
There
I
are
can
no
breathe the
fireflies anymore.
spores, because I got my flu shot. Idiot.
Where's Abby?
I'm fucking dead anyway. Why would I tell you anything?
Because I can make it quick. Or I can make it so much worse.
Think about what he did. How many people are dead because of him?
How many people are dead because of you guys?
I'm not giving up, my friend.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was hitting a button. I'm looking for my chopstick. It's on my nightstand. Give me a sec. Hold on. Oh, I don't know what I just cracked, but I sure cracked something.
It's me.
When did I get a new bowstring?
you okay?
Christ. Is that your blood?
It's certainly blood.
She's hiding out in this aquarium.
Okay. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up.
They actually did a fairly decent job with the, like, shaking. A lot of the times when there's shaking in, like, motion captured games or movies or whatever, I feel like it's always super duper over exaggerated. It's like, I understand it's because they're not actually shaking, it's because they're forcing themselves to do it. But I actually feel like it looks decent here. Oh no! A back. You know, it's a bare back. I'm not gonna change the scene for back. Oh no! A bare chest. Not even boobs. Nothing is shown, so I don't care. I'm not gonna change the scene. Honestly, the closest to nudity we've seen is like nip out clickers. I have actually noticed that some of the clickers with boobs are actually like nips out. I just wasn't gonna say anything about it, so I don't think it matters, because you can't really tell unless you're like right up on them.
I made her talk. It's okay. I don't want to lose you.
I think that might have been day 2. Might be the end. Oh, 2 years earlier. Ooh. Oh, it's time for the scene. TM. The scene. I scoot. Yo, rats? Fuck yeah.
Left a lot of stuff behind. Come on. There's gotta be something.
We gotta find the office. I'd assume. Hey, would you look at that? The office. Yum, 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 yum. The growth is clearly mutated. Let's see if the test results cooperate our theory. This is big. Massive, even.
Is that me?
So, I'd assume the spot is like the infection, but then it's just like stopped? Question mark? I'd assume? I don't know, dude. I don't know science-y stuff, and I just don't really remember what they said when it came to how they were gonna create the cure. Feels kind of weird to have a medical waste thing in here. Although, to come to think about it, I feel like they have medical waste things like everywhere in hospitals. Cool.
Most people have left already. I don't know which group I'm gonna join. I was one of the ones that wanted to go after the smuggler and the girl. They said, even if we found her or by some miracle found someone else that's immune, it made no difference. Because the only person who could develop a vaccine is dead. Or by some miracle found someone else that's immune, it made no difference. Found someone else that's immune. It made no difference. Because the only person...
Ellie!
Come here.
The scene.
Running off in the middle of the night like that. You talk to me. You don't just leave me a goddamn note.
Tell me. What happened here?
I'm cold.
If you lie to me one more time, I'm gone.
No wonder I'm cold.
You
I'm
will
sat here wearing a
never
fucking
see me
swimsuit
again.
jacket. Goddamn. No wonder
But
I'm
if you
so
tell
cold.
me the truth, I'll go back to Jackson. No matter what it is.
The scene must play out. The scene. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing.
Joel.
I'm gonna put little grippies on my thumb, on my joysticks while this
Making a vaccine.
while the scene plays out.
Would have killed you. So I stopped them.
Oh my God. Don't you fucking touch me! I'll go back. But we're done.
You walked by the horse. Seattle, day 3. Oh, now we're on to Seattle, day 3 shenanigans. I forget how, like, short the other days in Seattle are compared to day 1. You know? Oh, hi, Scrangles. Come up, hero. I'll do a little bit of an adjust so you can sit. Oh, she heard the plastic crinkling and wants to go and chew on it. She likes the noise plastic makes when she chews on it. Oh my god, are you actually going for the plastic bag right now? I didn't actually get the thumb grips on my joysticks, by the way, because I was cleaning it. It's doity. One. tell which one it is because it's the only one that's moving. There's a bunch of hair underneath it. No. Oh, you know what? Because the controller, the joysticks themselves also need cleaned. Okay, come here, Shishi. I just put on chapstick, I can't kiss you. Okay, well, we'll worry about that later then. Let's go find my girlfriend and my homie.
Dina? Jesse? The war, the merrier. Hey, look, Joel. It's your favorite. Dina? Jesse? Where are those two?
I'm sure they're around. It's a big-ass theater, girl. Cece, are you laying down? What are you doing? She's just standing. Okay, goodbye. Jeez. Weird-ass cat.
She had a rough night. Barely could get her to keep water down.
You should have woken me up.
Is she pregnant?
Yeah?
Usually I'd say it's not really Ellie's place to tell Jesse that.
I get why you came out here,
But
but we gotta take her back. She needs real
he
care and she's
also
not gonna get
asked.
that.
Yeah, I know.
Just figured it out, so.
But I can't just leave Tommy. He's out here because of me. Maybe you could take her back.
She's not gonna leave without you.
Yeah.
Screw it. Let's get Tommy. This aquarium that girl told you about. Tommy hasn't found Abby yet. We'll post up there until he does.
And you're good with leaving Dina by herself?
Her orders.
Okay. Let's go tell her we're leaving then.
I'll just meet you up front.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
Hey, babe. I need you to lock the door for us.
Okay.
She looks awful, by the way. Like, some pregnancies are just rough. And hers is very clearly taking a toll on her. She looks
Your map showed the aquarium
awful.
along the shore. Should be down this way.
Yeah.
Looking for it.
How does anyone stay dry in this city?
They don't. Welcome to Seattle, babe. Girl.
Come on. Help me
Let
up.
me up. Let me up. I want to know. Me first. The fuck. It's fine.
Okay, go for it.
Jesse doesn't believe in ladies first. Actually, I guess Jesse is the lady, isn't he?
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry, I was not joking. My controller is super dirty. It just kind of sat in a drawer for a hot while I wasn't using my PlayStation. And I've not really touched it since taking it off the drawer, taking it out of the drawer. You know? Hi, Cece. Welcome back. She's coming back for the plastic. Should have known. I should have known she doesn't love me. She only loves the plastic. I also need to take my birth control, so I guess pausing is technically a good idea. Yeah. Did I just go into photo mode? Sure did. Don't worry, I'm almost done. Okay. I've been meaning to put like the little thumb grippies on all of my controllers. I've just not gotten around to it. Let me take my birth control.
What did you tell Dina?
That we're hoping to find Tommy at the aquarium. I didn't tell her you knew. If that's what you're...
I wasn't. This aquarium a wolf base?
I don't think so. Nora said Abby's hiding out there.
You get her to tell you why they did it?
Yeah. Joel had falling out with some fireflies. No, former fireflies.
What kind of falling out?
Shooty kind.
He was a smuggler. And they disagreed about some goods. Fight broke out, some of them died.
One of them being Abby's father. She might not know it was one of them was Abby's father.
Shit. Locked.
Think we can cut through that convention center?
Is that what this is? This is not a convention center. I definitely, yeah, I was about to say that is definitely like a male building, Jesse, but okay.
Okay. Not happening.
Is he really trying to open the door? Oh my god. I just said it's not happening, Jesse. No, I must open this door. Dina must be taken home. I agree, no, Dina should be taken home right now. I think at first it was like okay, because she was still mostly fine, but she's having a rough time right now. She needs to go home. Oh, okay. I guess
You ever worried
Jesse
they're
wanted
gonna
to
come
open
back
that
to
door.
Jackson after this?
What do you mean?
I mean, we're going through a lot of their people. In their city.
Because of what they did.
Didn't Abby and her friends come to Jackson because of something Joel did?
This place isn't like Jackson. I mean, Joel and Tommy helped Abby when she got attacked. These people are trying to kill everyone around them. I mean, they shot you on sight, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. How long has Dina been this sick?
Only a couple days. When we first got here, she fucked up a bunch of wolves. Would've been impressed.
I bet. You don't cross that girl.
Nope. I'll be back. I must gremlin goblin away to see. Yo! Pokemon card! Fuck yeah. And also workbench, I guess. I have one more weapon upgrade to make. For Ellie, at least. Alright, that's all my Ellie weapon upgrades, and my Ellie is also fully upgraded just in general. Now we just gotta upgrade Abby. Whenever we play as her. I actually think we're about to start playing as her. Very, very soon. I'm pretty sure.
Hey, give me a hand.
Through here. I just gotta ask. Why didn't she tell me about it? The pregnancy.
Listen, I'm sure she'll tell you about it when she...
Going down today. All the units are being rounded up.
Who did you hear it from?
Top man himself. We make sure this area is clear, wait for the other units, and then take the fight to the scars.
But last time...
It won't be like last time.
I'm nervous.
We're all nervous.
They have the whole coast covered. They're gonna shoot us out of the goddamn water.
Hey.
You calm it down.
Don't act like there's a choice, man. Think of what'll happen if we succeed.
What? What is that guy doing?
Casey! Fucking ambush! Think he
Oh
came
my
from
god,
that
the
way?
fucking...
Trespassers! Stop them!
The Jeremy Lady Wolf is back. I told you guys I can't escape her. Oh my god, of course. Yeah, I know, you definitely got me pinned down.
God damn it!
On your left!
Pet this girl. Pet this girl. Pet this girl. Good scrumble. Okay, let's try this shit again.
Going down today. All the units are being rounded up.
Who did you hear it from?
Top man himself. We make sure this area is clear, wait for the other units, and then take the fight to the scars.
But last time...
It won't be like last time.
I'm nervous.
We're all nervous.
They have the whole coast covered.
Oh.
Trespassers!
Hi, buddy. Yo. Give me that shit. Fuck you. It's my hammer now. Oh, that is. Dude, I thought you were Jesse. I shot the wall. Oh my god. So bad at video games. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just go.
Going down today. All the units are being rounded up.
Who did you hear it from?
Top man himself. We make sure this area is clear, wait for the other units, and then take the fight to the scars.
But last time...
It won't be like last time.
I'm nervous.
We're all nervous.
Fuck! Fuck! Ambush! Ambush!
Fine shot.
All right.
Fan out, search the area. Someone must have slipped past us.
Don't take any risks. Trespassers! Take them down!
Y'all already knew there were trespassers. Like.
Fuck!
Jesse. Yeah, I have no ammo.
Up ahead! I know you're out there!
What? Okay. Alright, dude, I'm getting fucked up with resources. Okay, I'm getting fucked up with these fucking resources. So let me, yeah, that's fine. Let me just, I'm so low on resources at all times, and at first it was kind of like, hell yeah, funny, haha, I don't have any resources, epic, and now I'm like, oh my god, I want to die. So, yeah. It's really ammo. That's my, like, #1 problem here. It's ammo. I can stand without crafting materials, because honestly, I've been doing pretty a-okay on the crafting materials. It's just frickin' ammo that I need. This game has been refusing to give me any at all. And I'm not happy about it. Oh my god, I thought that was just dangling there. I was about to be like, what the fuck? Like I thought it was just hanging out in the air without anything holding it up. I wouldn't put it past this game. Damn! I got you good! Jeez! Okay, well... What's this uppies? Like, yeah, I see building. Okay, cool. I see uppies over there.
What's up with all these posters?
It's a bunch of comics. Wait, what was happening here?
Comic Con,
Gathering
girl.
for people who were really into this stuff. Like you, basically.
We were born in the wrong time, man.
Right, like, okay, so there's 2 uppies. Oh, there's just loot this way, I think. Okay, well that's fine. You never know where loot could be. I've also just been looking literally everywhere for loot. Like I've been
What were you saying?
scouring
Before,
corners.
about Dina. You said she'll tell me when...
Once things are wrapped up here.
I guess at some point it'll get pretty hard to hide it. Do you know if she's gonna keep it?
I don't.
Yo, sick motorcycle. Let's go, Jesse. Road work ahead. I sure hope it don't. Haha. I'm sorry. Let's just go. Yo, Jesse, we can ride the Ferris wheel
Look
together.
at this mess.
The aquarium. It's right next to that Ferris wheel.
Here's hoping Tommy has the same info.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I really can't breathe today. I'm just choosing.
Looks like we're swimming.
Oh my god, a fish! Yo! Yo! Oh, it's a real fish too. It's not one of them fake fish. Oh my god. You see her drowning face? Oh my god, Ellie. I love that I literally only jumped in here because there was a fish. He's like, Jesse, he's like, Ellie, why did you go that way? There was a perfectly clear path you could have taken. I saw a fish. Though, did you see the fish?
Detected.
Where? Oh shit, there's the infected. Ow. is making something, and I don't know what it is.
Hey,
but I can
up here.
smell it, and it's making it even harder for me to breathe, and I don't like it.
Think you can get through there?
Let's see.
Oh, fuck yeah, books.
I would have come, you know, if you told me you were leaving.
I didn't think you'd be okay with all this.
I looked up to Joel. What happened to him was messed up. I would have come.
Joel liked you a lot too, you know. He used to think I had a crush on you.
Really?
I mean, you're handsome and whatever, but I'm not into your type.
What, Asians?
Yeah, that's obviously what I meant.
Clearly. I love that everybody just knew that she was gay, except for Joel.
This place is fucked.
Blood's still wet. Let's get back to the street.
Yeah.
Nice. Look like wolves and not scars, I'd assume. Not the Seraphites. Just purely based on the lack of scars? Alright, well. Surprising lack of anything in here. That's unfortunate. I saw the way out, but I don't remember where it was. I thought I saw the way out. Oh, yeah, right here. Okay. And we continue.
Got him! Sweep the area for survivors. Good job, boy.
Bravo needs to get here. I'm ready to do this.
Storm's pretty bad. I'm sure it ain't easy driving the boat back here.
Where the fuck is Jesse?
What did you think? Yeah, well.
Okay, Jesse's just gone, I guess. There he is. Okay.
What is it, boy? What do you smell?
Hey, Ellie, to our right.
Shit, bro, that dog smells me.
Okay. Assuming they all die. Maybe survive.
Yeah. Come on, find anything?
For a week.
Losing my scent. Shit.
My guy promised all movement. I'll...
The trespassers! Wipe them out!
Gotcha! Trump!
comes over and starts eating my face. Oh, freaks, you have ads soon. Very, very soon. Very, very, very soon. Okay, great. Shit.
I want to be the first one on that fucking beach.
Only I had arrows! Arrows would make my life so much fucking easier, I swear.
What's wrong, boy? Got a scent?
Jesus.
Get into the grass! Run out, do a strike. Don't let them get away.
Whew.
Well, go on. Hurry it up, huh? Oh, God. What?
They killed Charlotte. They can't have gone far.
Nobody heard my brick. No, I don't think they heard my brick. Well, I just wasted a perfectly good brick. They found my mine, though. That's cool, that's cool. I wasn't actually expecting that. Oh, sweet, 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 sweet ammo. Hi, Jesse. You're good. You can follow me up the stairs. That's fine.
Who's got a visual on them? Come on, guys. Where'd they go?
There's nothing around here.
Oh, a note!
Same. Nothing.
I think I saw them. Come on.
No, you didn't.
Shut it.
Y'all didn't see shit. How the fuck did... Yo, it's a boba shop! Let's go! Boba in the apocalypse! Hims is just a doggo. Hims is just doing his job. Hims is just a good boy. Hims is not a good boy. Hims get murdered. Doggo fine though. Doggo live. That feels a little cruel. I'm killing all the people, but then I leave the dog alive.
Something wrong?
No, there's nothing wrong. Why would you think that? I'm gonna be honest, I actually think we did kill everybody but the one dog. Oh, this is so sad. Oh, time to kill a dog. I need to loot. I need loot though. I need supplies. He's just sad. Don't worry, you can be with your owners soon. Okay, I need to stop with the melee. It's not working. Jesse, why don't you kill the dog? I think it's your turn to kill the dog. I don't want to do it anymore. Hi, Jack. Why do I gotta be in charge of killing the dog? Ugh! I don't like it!
I think that was the last one.
Yeah.
Yo, what you doing back there? Crime? Hmm? Are you committing crime, sir? Hmm? Sorry, the cat's committing
This
crimes.
place makes me appreciate Jackson, man.
Me too.
Ooh, bottles. Ooh, hell, even better than bottles. Alright, let's go get some fucking boba. I'm sure Dino would love some boba. You know? Alright, let's see what you got. Yo, what kind they got? What kind they got? They got, hold on, I can't. Hold on a sec, let me just, alright, there we go. Alright, what kind you got? Pomegranate and raspberry cooler, okay. Pineapple lemonade iced tea. Houston's cold brew coffee latte, alright. And frozen... something smoothie. I think frozen something. I think it's, what is it? Frozen tea cocoa smoothie. That's the best that I've got for a guess. And then what is this? Something latte bubble tea. Alright, well, no thanks. I'm not really a fan of coffee. We'll take the hot leaf juice over the hot bean juice, I think. Any day. Alright, well... eventually I did it. I guess. And we go! I know Ellie doesn't like coffee, but I think she would absolutely love boba. I think she would love boba. Genuinely. Rude, okay. That was a very solid mannequin. Great. Good news, Jesse. I got part of a plastic bottle. There's nothing I can do at this. All my shit's upgraded fully. Alright, we got in a circle. That's cool, that's cool. Okay, so how do we get out of here? Surely this just takes me back downstairs, right? Dude, was I even supposed to come up here? I'm lost again. Dude, how the fuck do I keep getting lost? Figured it out.
I think Abby picked the aquarium on purpose because it's so damn hard to get to.
Maybe.
Probably. Okay, I got my Seattle bottle back. Why is that crane and Sean? Am I gonna have to walk on that thing?
Jesus. How the hell are we crossing this?
We could use that road. It's pretty fucking far.
We could swim.
Or we use that.
Yeah. That's better.
Come on. This way.
I lead the way, sir. My guy. Partner in crime. I love how graceful he jumps down. And by that I mean he actually jumps down. Ellie just kind of throws herself.
Steal their boat?
Definitely taking their boat. It's up to them if they want to get in our way.
Nice. Nice. Fuck. Who's that? Bebe Lele. Okay. Don't know what that means, but okay. I know what Bebe means, but like... Lele? The fuck? Wee! Oh! Wee!
Place is wrecked.
You don't say.
Yeah, like your mom in bed
Yep.
Got it. Come on.
Don't worry, I'm sure nobody heard that. Whee! Sploosh.
This way, come on.
I miss that fish. I miss that fish, Jesse.
Need a hand? Sniper spotted in 12. I repeat, sniper sighted at the marina, likely a trespasser. Any nearby units report. Over.
Shit. You four, take the land bridge to the marina. The rest of you hold here and wait for orders.
What the fuck? We're supposed to wait here while our guys are being sniped?
We have
Yes.
our orders. We'll have more than enough people to take care of one sniper.
I gotta wait for Jesse. Jesse, I've arrived.
can get to the marina through here.
No, we're taking their boat.
You heard them, right? They're talking about Tommy.
We don't know that.
Who else is it gonna be?
If it is him, he'll be gone by the time we get there. Abby is where he'll be headed, so if we just
What
fall,
if he's in trouble?
he can take care of himself.
Jesus Christ.
The best way to help Tommy is to go after Abby. You do this, I'm not saving your ass again.
I really hope you make it.
I'll see you.
Got the engine back up. Where should I put it?
Park it on the other side.
Copy. Base, this is Unit Gamma. Send 4 soldiers to the marina.
Copy, Gamma. We'll pass the info to command. Stand by for further instructions. Over.
Oh, okay. I thought it would do the Red Dead thing of like my stamina would run out and then my health would start to run out, but no, my stamina runs out
Got the
and I
engine
just
back
die.
up. Where should I put in?
Park it on the other side.
Copy. Base, this is Unit Gamma. I could send 4 soldiers to the marina.
Copy, Gamma. We'll pass the info to command. Stand by for further instructions. Over.
Copy, base.
You think this is what they today?
No. Control the perimeter. I don't want any more surprises today.
Seriously mean to tell me I can't get up that? Okay, let's see. 1. There's 2, there's 3.
The trespasser's here!
This is super awkward. This is super awkward, guys. This is so awkward. Yeah, sorry, my bad, guys. This is really awkward. Sorry, I'm just trying to rent your boat out for the summer. You know, I got my family here. Summer vacation and whatnot. Though it's, definitely the middle of spring.
Search the entire mall.
How'd you get away? Swim.
We might have her. I'll go check it out.
I'll keep an eye out.
Yoink! Sorry. Yoink!
Quiet.
hear me? Chris?
Can't hear you anymore.
Hey, you heard?
No, he's fine. He's just taking a nap. Don't worry about it. You know, I know it's the apocalypse and all, but like, bro, gotta sleep. Okay. Hey, Cece.
She got Chris! Don't let her escape.
Not again.
Probably get this person.
Track her down.
Oh my god, fish.
Anyone see a sign of her? This area's clear.
Shit.
Hi. Come on, it's your turn to take a nap too. Come on. Oh man, I love my epic pranks channel. It was such a good idea to become a YouTube pranks channel for my 3 years. It's not even like my 3 years of streaming. I've been streaming for like 5 fucking years. I've only been affiliate for 3. I think it'd be really funny if I just, Sorry. Sorry. I just thought that'd be funny. You know, sick pranks and all.
far.
I don't have gills. I can't swim forever. As cool as that would be. I'm immune to the infection, not to drowning, unfortunately. Yep.
Yeah, no, I got nothing.
Oh, you got something, alright. You know what you got? You know what you got? A new friend. In the afterlife, at least, because, yeah, I'm not your friend. All those dead people are, though. Must be real nice. Real nice for you to be reunited with all your friends. They're like, how does the trespassers, how does it being a trespasser make it better? Considering like the fucking Ellie and Tommy have just been running around murdering their shit, like just fucking them up. Okay, there's no way in hell you didn't see that. Oh my god. How did you not see that? No, that is so fucking funny. Oh my god, that's so funny. Die.
Shut it.
Oh my god, you just deserved to die at that point. Okay, so there's at least 2 left. I just don't know where the hell they are. Okay, there's 1. Oh, there's 2.
Found her! Up there!
Oh, God.
All right.
Okay, there's 2 still. Apparently. How do you fucking know that? You literally didn't even have, like, visual on me.
Does anyone see her?
Area's clear.
Hi, buddy. Yeah, area's all clear. Don't worry.
Another dead soldier.
No women here, that's for
Can't let her
sure.
do us like this.
Yes, you can. Can. And will. You guys see that guy over there? Y'all see that bozo over there? Wait, you guys see this guy?
We got her! Behind that counter!
Dude, I think you're the only one that's still alive, mind you. Alright. I'm pretty sure nobody else is alive, but like, okay.
Taking the boat!
Yeah, I am!
Please, please.
Yes.
Yay! Wait. Yay! Sick ramp. Fuck yeah! Oh hell, I got so much air on that one. I didn't even go like a foot. I went like a whole half an inch maybe.
Okay. No one's following. Right. Where's the Ferris wheel?
I have no idea, girl. I don't know, if you were a Ferris wheel, where would you be, Ellie?
Please go through.
Sorry, I know I'm steering super wonky because it's. I can definitely get over that. There we go. I'm steering wonky because, like,
Now what?
boat hard to drive, kind of. Oh, it's another Pokemon card. Okay, cool. this is as simple as opening a gate and taking the boat through.
There you are.
Cool new thing. Cool new thing. I missed so many notes.
Okay. Where's this go?
No idea how I missed those notes, considering you're supposed to go this way. That's crazy.
Yes.
This classic seafarer behavior, I think. Are you supposed to go this way? It feels like you are. No, you're not. Dude, what? How the fuck did I miss this entire ass area last time?
Alright.
No, you're literally just supposed to open the gate. What?
Done.
I can't believe I didn't explore through here last time. I got out and just went
Here we go.
through the gate. That's insane. That's insane. For me, that is actually a crazy thing. I cannot believe I did that. I also can't believe there's no seats in this boat. It's fucking rude.
Kidding me? Come on. Got it.
Room, room. Okay, workbench. Is that it? Well, I don't need a workbench. I won't need one of those until I play as Abby. Which I'm pretty sure is coming up like very soon. So we might get up to playing as Abby and then go in and call it for the day. I seriously never explored through here. I knew warn Isaac and the others, the rumors are true, there's some new infected out there. Took something, made it halfway to a bloater and took a turn, ugly motherfucker. Maybe all the rain around here caused a mutation, no idea. It was slow, so I put it down easy, but when I went to check it out, all these pustules on it exploded. Whole right side of my body is burned, so I'm kinda off. Yeah, okay, so... I originally thought it was the stinky sewers that turned them into shamblers. It's the rain? It's the rain. Really? Okay, I guess.
Damn it.
Motherfucker!
I tried to hide. Let's just go. I think I'm gonna have to take them out.
Okay.
fuck is the purpose of this? Okay, it is to go this way. She just couldn't rotate while she was up that high, I guess. I was thinking, like, okay, I see that platform right there, so, like, surely it's just that way. It wasn't letting me rotate, so I got confused. Did I just charge through here, guns blazing last time? I think I did. Because there's nothing. I mean, there's not nothing, but there's like, you know. There's a note up here, which is wild. I've been trying to collect. I mean, I've gotten way more than I did my first time playing this. Motherfucker. I'm just a tad bit screwed here. I don't know if I used up all my freaking ammo.
Fuck me.
I think this is my only solution. Except instead of a shark, it's just a fucking lesbian. Amazing. Oh, you want your feet eaten too? Here I come. It did not take the shark this long to fucking kill people in that movie, I swear to God. She said. I either charged through here guns blazing last time, or I just completely ignored all of these guys and went right through. Because there's, like, I don't remember this at all. I've had vague memories of, like, everything else that I've done, but not this shit.
She steers me.
Yeah, I do.
Shut it.
Oh, man. more shark music. No more Jaws. Jaws 1. Like, in areas like this, it kind of makes sense for me to be finding the snacks for heals. Mostly because, like, there's people here, right? So obviously, yeah, they would have taken out their little snacks and done a little bit of consumption. That's fine. That makes sense. But in random-ass houses where they've clearly not been before, like, why are there snacks? I don't understand. Whee! Oh, ow. Oh, sorry. My bad, Ellie. I thought that was deeper than it actually was. That's the way I'm supposed to go. So let's go back. I think we have, determined by now that I can't get over those without the boats. I already tried it, and it didn't work. Continuing on. Let's go. Vroom vroom.
What?
It gently bonks the glass to break it. Oh. I guess I should be crouching and listening for, like, enemies or whatever, but, hey, free Molotov, cool. Is this a bar? I have never seen a bar with skee-ball. This has to be just like an arcade, like a really shitty arcade or something. Is this like, it's like, okay, I think it's a Chuck E. Cheese. Alright, there we go, we figured it out.
God damn.
Oh, my, axe is almost dead, so let's, yeah. Okay, there's another workbench that I still can't use.
Holy shit.
Oh, they got more aqua lime soda. Cool. Okay, well, locked doors don't stop. This one might, though, is, unless I can, yes, awesome. I'm gonna say this one might, unless I can push this.
Oh, come on.
Get this over there, and then we'll come back and get that loot that's on the table.
Oh shit!
Never mind. I do not have the ammo to deal with this motherfucker.
Goddamn bloaters! Just wondered whether you
How many?
fucks were in Seattle.
Shit. Ooh, the prize counter! I wonder what prizes they have!
That's that damn Ferris wheel.
Bruh. I swear to God, if I came down here and all that there fucking is a collectible, I'm quitting. I'm just quitting life. And not even, like, out of choice. Like, I will just have a heart attack and pass away. And all this because I tried to go into a locked room. Because that locked door did stop me. Okay, I've been here before, because there's a Pokemon card. Though I don't really remember this. Oh, Jesus. PC cafe, and then there's two big-ass flat-screen TVs. Awesome. There's some nice-ass monitors for 2013. I think I might have gotten to the other side of that locked door. I was right. Locked doors can't stop me.
Finally.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even know I needed to come up here. I believe that was the other side of the locked door. However, is this the Chuck E. Cheese menu? Anyone in costume gets 100 tickets free. Oh well, too bad all you can buy with that is a fucking eraser. You can't get anything good for 100 tickets. Unless this is like the world's greatest arcade. Oh, I need to get to the other side of that opening. Hold on, let's see. What do they have here for 100 tickets? Okay, no. All the 100 ticket stuff would probably be in here. Let's see. You can't even get anything in here for 100 tickets. Oh, fuck this arcade. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Have 100 free tickets, can't even buy anything with them. Rude. Rude. There's some rude shit. Okay, where the fuck are those doors? Oh, they're these. Okay, hold on. Alright. I want to get that. There was ammo. I want to get that ammo that I missed. I was like, yeah, we'll come back and get it later because I forgot about the fucking bloater existing. What the fuck kind of noises am I hearing right now? Like, surely I can. Okay, I can get around this. I don't know who the hell brought guns to a kid's birthday party, but whatever. Granted, this is America, so.
Okay.
Alright, back in the boat.
Almost there.
We're in the ocean now, I'm pretty sure. Sorry, I wasn't sure if there was loot. It was gonna bother me if I didn't go in there and check. Freaks, you got ads in 5 minutes. But we're also almost done here, so I'm not sure. Oh, actually, no, we'll probably still be playing in 5 minutes. Lucky if this damn thing doesn't fucking get flipped over. It's stopping in the middle of the ocean. Emily's never dealt with ocean waves before, I'm pretty sure. I don't think she knows what to do. You're supposed to dive through them, by the way. Or under, either or. Okay, I can't dive through them in this. I just have to dive under. First of all...
Fuck it. I can make it.
Jesus. No. I'm not a fan of this, by the way. Come on, Ellie, you can get in there. Shit. Okay, I think I'm close enough to items now that we shouldn't have to worry about the waves.
Let's do this.
Sick. They got a playground? Oh my god.
Okay.
Snail slide! That is so cool. Snail slide. Fuck yeah. Of course, it can never be that easy.
Here we go.
Oh, a shark! Front-facing shark! He looks so stupid. Oh, front-facing shark is so stupid looking. Oh my god, yo. Finding Nemo? Oh fuck yeah. Dude. Fish looks so dumb. I swear. Like, don't get me wrong, I would love to go to an aquarium, especially one that actually, like, takes care of their animals, but fish look so stupid. It's really hard to do anything with how heavy you're breathing, Ellie. Can you stop, please? Okay, but there's no... Okay, apparently we're not going that way. Sorry, just came in through there. Just give me a second. I'll figure it out, maybe. Girl, why are you breathing so hard? Calm down. Here we go. Okay.
What is all this stuff?
Kitchen items, I assume. Nah, you should have had this be like a cool floor. You know, cool glass floor. Instead of having maintenance. Cool glass floor. I think that would have looked neat. Glass floors and aquariums are fucking sick, dude. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. They look so cool. Oh my god, Ellie, calm down. Stop breathing. Just stop breathing. It's not that serious.
Where the fuck are you?
Don't know, but we get to go kill another dog. And then finally, I get to kill Owen.
Shit.
Owen, the real villain of The Last of Us Part 2. Like, all Abby did was steal my Pokemon cards. Owen's just a fucking asshole, though. Sorry, gotta shake the controller. I gotta shake the controller. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. Oh, you're so soft. I'm sorry. Poor doggo.
Shit. Stupid dog.
No, I love him. He was just a good
God. Fuck happened here?
He was just a good boy protecting his owners. He didn't do anything wrong. He was just a good boy. Good boy. He's just a good boy, Ellie. He's just a good boy and he won't convince me otherwise. I don't know why I just made all that shit. I really don't need it right now. We're legit almost done playing as Ellie. Oh my god, he had a blanket! They gave the dog a little blanket!
Oh.
Oh, that's so cute!
Owen.
Yeah, I'm gonna murder his ass.
Shit.
I already know you're here. Like, I don't really think it matters if you... Okay, I'm pretty sure they're through the crab door. Okay, they're definitely through the crab door. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. Loot and whatnot. Can't believe they would just leave ammo, like, lying around like this, though. That's kind of wild to me.
She doesn't want you there. People don't come back from that island.
How many times has Abby risked her life for you?
She chose this. I'm not fucking going there.
Then don't! Go back.
Fuck you, Owen. Hands up.
Where's Abby?
You're that girl from Jackson.
Tell me where she went.
How do we know you won't kill us?
Give her what she wants and we're dead.
You guys can survive this. I just need her.
Bullshit.
I mean, I'll kill Owen. Mel can live, honestly. Mel didn't really do anything wrong.
Come here.
Fucking get over here!
My fucking neck hurts, dude.
Point to where she is on this map. And then you better fucking match up.
What are you doing?
She's probably dead anyway.
It is not worth it.
Stop!
We can talk
Back
about
the
it.
fuck up!
Point to where she is.
Fucking point!
I feel nothing. Oh no, Owen is dead. The real villain has died. Owen is dead. Yay! I killed him. Fucking hate Owen so much. Like, I feel bad for Mel, but like, I fucking hate Owen. Apparently in the show, Ellie helps Mel give birth while she's dying?
Tell me where Abby is.
Which is just...
Where
What?
the fuck is she?
Does not make sense. She's behind you. You get bonked on the head. He didn't say anything though. It was inaudible and maybe Ellie heard him, I don't know.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey. Hey. It's all right. Come on, let's go. Let's go. It's all right.
Damn, bro. Like, poor Mel. Like, she really did not deserve that. I understand Mel is kind of like a jerk throughout the game, but in her defense, I would probably be rude as shit to Abby too. Like, you dated this guy that I'm currently dating, and not only that, but you are being like a complete douchebag and flirting with him still. Oh, that was cute. Her like feeling around for Ellie, all sad and stuff. She's so just like dead to the world right now though. Like she's just fucking poor Dina. She just needs to get home. Alright, well we're almost done playing as Ellie, so let's just go. Not ready for Jesse's death. Not ready, but here we go. It's time. Where the fuck is the curtain? I found it. Okay.
You got a plan? I was thinking we cut through the loading. Here.
Convenient machete. Let me make sure I'm reloaded and everything on all my guns before we deal with this shit. Even though I'm pretty sure it's just Abby.
What about this? Easy. All right. Maybe through here.
Alright.
Try this way.
It's not gonna work. It's completely covered in snow.
Nah, by the time we get there, this whole area will be thawed. Where are you going?
Needed some air. What are you guys doing up?
Couldn't sleep.
Come take a look at this.
What's poppin'?
Thought is to head home via Ellensburg.
We're in Falls City by tomorrow. We're doing good. Hey. They got what they deserved.
But she gets to live.
Dina needs to go home.
Yeah. Is that okay?
No, Dina. It's such an issue.
It has to be.
She wants to kill Abby so hard, but like so bad, but Dina has to go home.
I'm really not looking forward to going through Idaho again.
What you should be worried about is what Maria's gonna do to you when we get home.
We've been through worse. However, as I was passing through some ritzy section of town, I come across this necklace. It sparkles a lot. I think it's real gold.
You think it's real gold?
It's real gold.
Let's see it.
I know what gold looks like.
If it's legit, can we say it's from all of us?
Ha! You find your own damn bribes.
Fine.
How you doing?
I'm dead inside. How about you?
Fine.
Ellie?
Fine. Thanks for coming back for me.
My friend's problems are my problems.
You're such a sap.
All right, how about, my friends can't get out of their own damn way?
He's just a bro. I love him so much. He's just a bro. He's just my bro.
Shit.
Too bad he died.
Jesse,
I was literally
stand up.
so shocked the
Hands
first
in the
time
air,
I
I
played
shoot this
through
one
this.
too.
I literally paused the game.
Out of here!
Stand up now.
Surprise.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck. All right. Stop. Stop.
Like just walking through
Toss
the
your
door and then it happened
Toss
so
your
fast.
weapons.
Because it's literally the second you open the door, he gets shot. I was so shocked.
I know why you killed Joel. He did what he did to save me. There is no cure because of me. I am the one that you want. Just let him go. You killed my friends.
Yeah, because you hunted me down. You hunted Joel down.
And you wasted it.
Girl. You killed my friends. After we hunted down Joel and beat him to death with a golf club. Do you see what?
Dad?
Huh?
Dad! Dad!
I also have thoughts about the girl that plays Ellie not being buff. Because, like, what the fuck? Okay. Well, fellas, I did say we were gonna finish that Ellie section and then go ahead and, yeah. Well, that was some more of The Last of Us Part 2. We're like halfway through this game. I remember this game being a lot longer, last time I played it. But, guess not. Guess not. Yeah, well, at any rate, lads, fellas, my guys, dudes, freaks, I'm gonna go ahead and go, video games. I'm not even joking, I'm literally only playing this game out of spite for how bad Season 2 is. I don't even need to watch it. I've seen the clips. I know. It looks like shit. Okay? It looks like fucking shit. And I'm mad about it. And that is literally the only reason I chose to play this game. Alright. But yeah, at any rate, fellas, I'm gonna go ahead and go. Thank you guys for tuning in. And as always, until next time, you guys know the drill. Stay fruity. Good night and good luck, and I will see you guys later.